It turns out now we are living in a post-COVID world where most of our audience participants are watching remotely, and so we welcome them, but I'm really glad to have all of you here in the room with us today. Speakers need an audience. You need to be able to interact with the audience, so you all play a very crucial role this morning, and we look forward to having this conversation with you. I'm delighted that we have this opportunity with the Japan Economic Foundation. Thank you, Kazuo. The Japan Economic Foundation is an underappreciated treasure in Japan, and it's a powerhouse that does many important things. And this is one of our first opportunities to be doing a joint conference, and so we're very grateful for the opportunity. And I just want to say, Kazu Toyoda-san is a dear friend. We've worked together many years, and I'm honored that we have this opportunity to be with you today. Thank you. The topic is for this conference is a disrupted world order, and I must say I can't think of a more dramatic and tumultuous year than the year we've just had. If you go back, we could pick up a dozen things, but first of all, obviously we have a war in Ukraine, and while the world has seen wars before, I don't think we've ever seen the mobilization of economic sanctions the way that they have been mobilized for this war. This is really unprecedented in the sweep and the scale of it, and it has raised lots and lots of questions. A lot of the world thinks that the international banking system is just a public utility, and it should be available, non-discriminatory. And here we're using it as one of the most important, powerful tools, in trying to deal with this outrageous war in Ukraine. This is a whole new thing. We're all going to have to think through, what does this mean? What does it mean for a global economic banking system? Is it going to lead to a bifurcation of that system? This is an issue we have to think through. We're still living through the aftershocks of COVID. And of course, the way that China decided to handle COVID created deep questions on the part of the business community about the reliability of supply chains. And we are seeing a profound reconfiguration of supply chains now. And it's partly because of COVID and the uncertainties of operating in China, but it's also partly China's policies that have introduced uncertainty for companies. How long can we be there? Can we make money? Will we be able to get it out? So huge questions like that. And, here in September, President Biden announced sweeping sanctions on semiconductors. Now, this is potentially a profound shift in a historic pattern. America's industrial policy, we don't say we're proud to say we don't have industrial policy, but we do, And our historic industrial policy was always, we'll protect our market for state-of-the-art technology. We'll release older technology to other countries, and then we will subsidize the investment in new technologies to stay ahead. That was our historic industrial policy. And I think Japan's is the same way. We share. All of a sudden now we're saying we're going to try to constrain semiconductors any way we can. And of course, American companies, Japanese companies, Korean companies, they're all saying, what is this? Where does this go? What does it mean? So we've got huge issues that have probably at no other time created more questioning and uncertainty about the economic order internationally than we have right now. So this is a very timely conference. It's a very timely conference, and I'm really very grateful that we have this opportunity to be here with you. I think we're going to have 3 panels. Matt, you are in charge of this thing, so let me turn it over to you to figure out what. Oh, Toyoda-san, you're going to give some remarks first, and then we're going to get. So, would you please, with your warm applause, welcome to the stage Kazu Toyoda-san, my colleague.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kazu Toyoda, as John introduced. I'm a chairman of Japan Economic Foundation, so-called JEF. I used to be working with John in every aspect. I used to be a vice minister of METI. And after that, I had working with John in the area of particularly energy area. It took me 4 years to come back to Washington, D.C., simply because of COVID-19. It's a great pleasure that we could get together and discuss important issue which John explained to us today. I would say Japan Economic Foundation was established more than 40 years ago. And the purpose of our foundation is to enhance communication between Japan, EU, and Asia with Japan. Those countries are quite important for Japan. Simply try to exchange overviews and also understand quite each other. This U.S. Japan Forum also has a long history of making frank and candid exchange of views for the past 20 years. We have started this series of Japan-U.S. Forum with like-minded partners in the United States back in 2003. Today, we are here to learn and discuss how the two countries can collaborate further to tackle the challenges of which John explained to us lying ahead of us. Unfortunately, these challenges are increasing, their complexity, and getting more difficult to resolve. But this is simply because in this global world, everything and everybody is so connected with each other. The biggest challenge, undoubtedly, is the prominent rise of rogue states. I don't know this word is politically correct, but as John explained, now we are facing the challenges caused by rogue states and leaders who have maximized their power with no opponents in the administration. It's really an awful thing. Sort of lack of democracy. But this is, again, a very political sensitive word. Authoritarian versus democracy. It's important to keep democracy, but if we say so, according to some survey, more countries are not democratic. That's a serious issue. But in the world of diversity, the most important stronghold should be a rule that all the players should follow for making a harmonized, coordinated world. If we allow if we allow any state to act along their own rule without observing or at least coordinating with the international rule, we will be in utter chaos. And that's what we are unfortunately seeing at this moment. We need to show to the world a successful economic and political system operated under the rules. This is what Japan is trying to insist, and our foundation is also insist. I believe that this will make every economy prosper in a stable manner in the end. Currently, one of the biggest challenges is the decoupling of the world economy and the political economic conflicts between the United States and China, which could be quite understandable from the Japan standpoint. In addition to that, unfortunately, the sort of Russian aggression into Ukraine. These disruptions cause more emerging geopolitical risk around supply chain, not only in the manufacturing and trade, but also in other areas such as energy and environment, which may lead to somehow deteriorated climate change challenge. Rapid technological advancement in the area of the national security, including cyber and space, is also our risk. Semiconductor is one of the biggest issues at this moment. Can Japan and the United States cooperate to find solutions for these challenges? I would say certainly yes, although it is not easy. It will be a good opportunity today at the start of the new year 2023, and when we happen to be welcoming our Prime Minister, Mr. Kishida, to the White House later this week to discuss about the deterrence and national security, as well as the international rule-based order from the political, economic, and environmental standpoints. For this forum, this time we have invited from Japan Mr. Bonji Ohara, who is a prominent expert in national security in the first panel to talk about geopolitics. Mr. Kiyotaka Morita of K-Lande, which I'm sure you know, very influential economic foundation. For the second session with Mr. Naoyuki Haraoka of JEF, Japan Economic Foundation, as a moderator to discuss the rule-based economic system. And as a moderator, and also last but not least, Ms. Nahoko Doi, who is a specialist in energy and climate change on the Japanese side. I'm looking very much forward to the leadership of CSIS to push forward discussion. As one of the organizers, I look forward to active and fruitful exchange of views to achieve a constructive outcome to guide us for the brighter future. We have to solve a lot of problems. We have to find a lot of solutions. Today, I hope we could see at least the beginning of that finding solutions. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, good morning, everyone, and welcome. And for our online audience, if you're not on the Eastern Time Zone, good afternoon and good evening. My name is Erin Murphy, and I'm the Deputy Director and Senior Fellow with the Economics Program here at CSIS. I'd like to make one administrative note before we begin. You will have all received a questionnaire. If you can make sure to fill that out before you leave and leave it in the center of your table, it would be greatly appreciated. So today, we're going to start this conference, and a big thank you to the Japan Economic Foundation for bringing us together. This session will be on the geopolitical implications and economic responses to the Ukraine crisis, so a very timely topic. The Ukraine crisis is nearly a year old and has occupied policymaker thinking to try to create an appropriate toolbox to help stop the war and to stem the issues that are emanating from the war, including on economic fallout from supply chain disruptions on food, gas, and other key commodities, and what the broader implications are for relations across the world. Our panelists will look at how allies, especially the U.S. and Japan, but also NATO, can cooperate to improve the situation. How can the U.S. and Japan combat growing authoritarianism, including in the Indo-Pacific? We'll also consider the broader dynamics looming in the background. When you think of Ukraine, you think of Russia, but there are certainly lessons learned in the Indo-Pacific region, especially for the growing power of China. The Russia-China relationship is also key here, especially as a recent summit between Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin ended with them calling it a friendship without limits. What lessons can China learn from how we are targeting Russia in the Ukraine crisis? Thankfully, I will not be speaking on this topic because I am joined by experts who can speak very expertly about these complex issues. So I will introduce our speakers. Our first speaker today is going to be Mr. Gerard DiPippo. He's a senior fellow with the CSIS Economics Program. Prior to joining CSIS, for nearly 11 years, he was working in the U.S. intelligence community. And from 2018 to 2021, he was a Deputy National Intelligence Officer for Economic Issues at the National Intelligence Council. There, he led the IC's economic analysis of East Asia. He was also a senior economic analyst at the CIA, focused on South and East Asia, and on global economic issues. He holds a bachelor's degree on economics and philosophy from Dartmouth College. We're also joined by Mr. Bonji Ohara, who is a senior fellow with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. He graduated from the National Defense Academy of Japan in 1985 and completed a master's program and master's degree of area study at the University of Tsukuba in 1998. He's a security expert, studying contemporary Chinese politics, Chinese security and defense policy, U.S.-China relations, Japan and U.S. alliance, and Japanese security policy. Mr. Ohara succeeded in the armed forces before joining NIDS in 2010, then IHS Janes in 2011, and then the Tokyo Foundation as Director of Research before assuming his position with the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. We're also joined by Dr. Kori from the American Enterprise Institute, where she's a senior fellow and the Director of Foreign Defense Policy Studies. Before joining AEI, Dr. Schake was the Deputy Director General of the International Institute for Strategic Studies in London. She has had a distinguished career in government, working at the U.S. State Department, the U.S. Department of Defense, and the National Security Council at the White House. She has also taught at a number of world-class institutions. Dr. Schake is the author of 5 books and has been widely published in policy journals and the popular press. She also has a PhD and MA in government and politics from the University of Maryland, as well as an MPM from the University of Maryland School of Public Policy. Her BA in International Relations is from Stanford University. So as you can see, we have quite the panel today. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Gerard DiPippo to begin the panel discussion today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I thought I'd start by talking about the sanctions and the economic aspects we're dealing with here. As Dr. Hamre already said, we're dealing with an unprecedented set of sanctions against Russia and also a degree of multilateral cooperation at scale and speed that is also unprecedented. There are previous examples, of sanctioning Cuba or North Korea or Iran, which is bigger than those, but even those don't really compare to the scale of what's happening with the sanctions against Russia. The natural question people ask about the sanctions is, are they working? Are they effective? Which, of course, begs the question of, well, by what metric? What is the goal? And I'll posit that there were 3 more or less sequential goals of the sanctions. The first being deterrence, which failed for interesting reasons, which maybe we could talk about later. The second was, shortly after the war, there was a brief period where there was a lot of talk of destabilization, so the idea of basically triggering a financial crisis in Russia. And then somehow oligarchs would push against Putin and something, the war would end. I think people were quickly disabused of that. And now we're in the third phase and remain in it, and probably will for quite some time, which is trying to degrade the Russian economy. So with regard to the specific sanctions, I would basically put them into like four-ish large buckets. The first and the most immediately consequential were the sanctions on the Russian central bank, which froze about half of their $630 billion in reserves. The Allies also cut Russian banks off from the SWIFT network, and the United States and others have imposed full blocking statutes on major Russian banks. The third would be the export controls on technology and industrial imports, or imports and inputs. And then more recently, there are G7 efforts to reduce Russia's energy revenues. So last month, the EU implemented its ban on seaborne crude imports from Russia, and the G7 implemented their price cap on Russian crude oil. Next month, they'll be doing a similar thing for refined products coming out of Russia. I would say that basically, there's two broad phases in terms of the impact on Russia, short-term and long-term. So in the short term, so let's say the first two-ish months of the crisis or after the war started, there was a major financial shock, but then it transitioned into stabilization. So the ruble collapsed as an exchange rate for a while, but then it rebounded. Part of that was because of capital controls that the Russian government put in, but also because of sustained energy revenues. You also saw a large spike in interest rates in Russia, which then eventually fell back down. There was also a jump in consumer prices for about 2 or 3 months, pretty severe inflation. It has since stabilized. Now it's basically back on trend to what it was before the war. And Russia is still earning enormous amounts of money from its exports. Russia no longer reports its trade data, but they do report their current account surplus, which you could treat as kind of a proxy for that. So from January to November of last year, Russia's current account surplus was $226 billion. So by comparison, the same period in 2021, it was $109 billion. So that more than doubled. But part of that is that a lot of Russian imports declined, something like a 40% decline compared to what they were before. We know that by looking at the mirror statistics of other countries that are still exporting to Russia, and you can sort of gauge how much it's fallen down. And that's had a big impact on the Russian economy because there are a lot of goods that are no longer available or are at a greater cost. The longer term, where we are now, is it's basically slowly bleeding the Russian economy. The export controls are particularly important for that. There are a lot of industrial inputs that Russian factories can no longer get. So for example, the Russian car production, they no longer have airbags or touchscreen TVs, right? Because they can't get those. Foreign firms did what was called self-sanctioning, which in many cases they weren't ordered to leave, but they basically committed to leave or have tried to leave. It's difficult to liquidate some of those assets, but there are a lot of foreign firms, more than 1,000, that have at least in some degree committed to leaving the Russian market. There's also brain drain. So a lot of skilled Russians fled. They also fled after the partial mobilization in September. It's hard to quantify, but it's probably about 1 million workers maybe. And it's, Russia's not all that big in terms of population, so that makes a big difference. But overall, the macro impact on Russia is less than what was forecasted at the beginning. So when the war started, there were a lot of quick analyses estimating how big the shock would be, what the sanctions would do, et cetera. And their consensus was something like a 10% contraction in Russian GDP in 2022. Well, as of November, the latest data, it looks like it's something like a 4% contraction. So less than half of the expected damage, at least at the macro level. Why? Well, there's two reasons. The first is kind of a generic one, which is that I think it's very difficult to model these kinds of shocks. They're sort of not in the data set, so to speak. And I think people generally underestimate economies, particularly market economies' ability to adjust to those kinds of shocks and populations' ability to sort of to make do. But the second thing is that Russia continues to earn substantial energy revenues, and that's really a big part of the story. So last year, something like, depending on the month, about 40% of Russian federal revenues were from oil and gas exports through various streams of taxes and such. Prices surged in 2022, especially for natural gas. So historically, it was something like 20% of Russia's revenues were natural gas, 80% were crude oil or refined products. it was about 50-50 for a while last year because natural gas prices in Europe were extremely high. But that is changing now. The net effect, fiscally speaking, is that Russia looks like it's on track to have something like a 2-ish% of GDP deficit in 2022, which is actually not all that big in the scheme of deficits. But they also have their sovereign wealth fund, which has something like $110 billion in assets, something like 6% of GDP. It's worth noting that part of Russia's so-called Fortress Russia strategy after the sanctions in 2014 because of the annexation of Crimea, they built up their balance sheets such that they had a lot of reserves, they had conservative budgeting, they expected kind of a low price for energy, and their debt levels are quite low. So they also were never really reliant in recent years on foreign financing for that debt. So they were kind of well hardened in advance of the war. But military production does appear to have been disrupted. It's hard to quantify that, but there's plenty of anecdotes, for example, of Russian firms like trying to get semiconductors out of washing machines and other devices that could be then put into weapons because certain chips are controlled and difficult for them to obtain. And also, even before the war, their military industrial capacity was far below the burn rate that they're actually experiencing in the conflict. This year is going to be probably worse for Russia because of the falling energy revenues. Europe has basically weaned itself off of Russian natural gas at great expense, but they're doing it. And the export controls have a cumulative impact. So I would basically treat it as Russia as being on a sort of permanently worse economic trajectory, but it's not a collapse. I think there's a kind of a theoretical question of what is our theory of victory with sanctions. And I think at this point it's just you're essentially trying to degrade weapons capabilities, but also to put enough fiscal pressure on Russia so that they have to basically monetize their domestic debts, which will then cause inflation, which reduces household savings, and maybe there'll be some political pushback, but it's debatable whether that will happen. And then I'll just close briefly by mentioning the elephant in the room, which is the China analogy. As I said, Russia is the biggest, the major economy that we've sanctioned really since World War II, but China would be far bigger. So I'll just leave with a few stats as comparison. So before the war, China's GDP was about 10 times the size of Russia's. Chinese banks, which are enormous, had 30 times the assets in value that Russian banks have. Cumulative foreign investment into China was, in dollar terms, something like 6 times. That's probably understated, but certainly much larger than in Russia. And maybe most importantly, China is the world's top manufacturer and the top exporter overall. So before the war, Russia accounted for something like 8% of energy exports globally. But China accounts for something like 20% of global manufacturing exports. So there's a difference in kind, which is one is a commodity exporter, one is producing manufactured goods, but there's also a difference in scale that is skewed heavily towards China's favor. And it's one thing to talk about stopping natural gas or a few trade codes worth of energy goods. In China's case, in terms of what is actually like essential or would be disruptive not to have, we're talking probably thousands of HS codes. There's so many goods they make. So it's an order of magnitude more complex. The Chinese government is aware of these risks, and they're working feverishly to try to mitigate the 3 core external vulnerabilities, which are foreign technology, semiconductors being probably the most salient, 2, commodity dependencies, and 3, the reliance on the U.S. dollar, which we can talk more about. But I'll just close by saying that for that and other reasons, the geopolitical and geoeconomic business is booming. And I think, as Dr. Hamre said, we're in highly uncertain and unprecedented times.
Thank you, Gerard. Next, we'll turn to Mr. Bonji Ohara, who also has a presentation for us.
Thank you very much. And I have to apologize to all of you about something. First of all, for my poor English. I did not enter the high school. I did not learn the English grammar. I entered the JMSDF like Navy just after graduate from junior high school. I learned English on the USS Blue Ridge, the flagship of the U.S. Navy 7th Fleet.
So we should expect a lot of curse words, I guess, from you. I should also know that Mr. Ohara arrived last evening, and his English is perfect. So, also kudos to you for being up and early and presenting with us today.
Okay, thank you very much. And the second is the Chairman Toyoda ordered me to make briefing about the geopolitical issues. But I'm sorry, I think situation is much more complicated. So the third is also concerning second. And I cannot show you the clear view of the situation. But anyway, the Ukraine situation reminded us the all of the regions are connected. And for example, the Russia concerns the east side at the same time as they are focusing the west side. The Russia focused the Ukraine situation, but now the Russian military conduct some operations in the Ohara Sea because Russia afraid of that. The Japan try to regain the northern territory, north of the Hokkaido, by military means. So it also caused the Russia-China military cooperation. It is one of the, what I say, example. But now the China and other countries learns many lessons from the Ukraine war. And I raised some lessons on the screen. I don't read every lessons, but you can understand there are many different level of the lessons. Some are in the regional, some are in the international issues. Also, we must understand the security is not only the traditional security issues, not only the military issues. And we also consider the weaponization of everything, weaponization of every means. It is the hybrid warfare, we call. And economic means is also very important items in the hybrid warfare. So every means overlapped. So we are always consider the influence operation, but the means of the influence operation also include the economic means, economic sanctions and blockade operation. And in a peacetime, the disruption is also the one of the means. Also disinformation campaigns and also other jamming the communications, all the means. So it is not only the geopolitical issues. We also Ukraine situation makes Japan to change the mindset about the threat or the crisis. Before the Japanese government recognized the JSDF, self-defense force, cannot deal with the three directions. So if the China will be the main problems, then Japan has to keep good relations with Russia. But now the Japan cannot keep good relations with Russia, of course. Japan also cannot accept the Russian aggressive postures. So the Japan needed to change mindset. It is not only the geopolitical issues. So invasion on Ukraine is not only the European problems, but challenge to the international order. So the Japan can deal with the every aggressive postures. Attempt to change the status quo by forces, but not only by Japan itself. The cooperation with the United States, only ally of Japan, and also the other allies of the United States. So it is the fundamental change of the mindset of the Japan about the security issues. And also Ukraine situation made Japan to extend or the change recognition about the nature of the crisis. And now the Japanese government and also the many experts are always insisting that the Japan need to consider the economic security. Maybe economic statecraft or something, but Japanese said economic security. So now some experts always raise the dime, the diplomacy, information, military intelligence, and economy. The U.S. has always taken the traditional political warfare. And China raised the holistic security architecture in the 2014. Those kind of ideas include all of the means inside of the security. The China said the political, economic, cultural, technologies, resources, and the nuclears, and outer space, all of the domains must be included into the security operation. So Japan also start considering the what is the security. But on the other hand, the China did not want the international community to be unified and to deter the autocratic countries when they try to conduct some aggression or the armed invasion on the other region or countries. But China overlapped the situation in Europe on the Indo-Pacific. So China always tried to divide the each countries. It is the main purpose of the Chinese influence operation against Japan and other countries, other allies of the United States. They want the allies of the United States keep distance from the United States. Then the effort by the international community cannot have the enough efficiency. One of the example is also the nuclear balance. China tried to increase the nuclear warhead at least 1,500 until the 2035. The U.S. Department of Defense reported. Now the China using the plutonium product by the nuclear power plant. So, but those kind of the behaviors makes the non-nuclear nations to feel the unfair between the nuclear powers and non-nuclear nations. And also the United States has to deter the both China and Russia at the same time. So the power balance will be changed in the future. So it is the international problem. But on the other hand, we also learn the economic sanctions cause the some kind of direction reverse to the globalism. Some countries or many countries or all of the countries try to keep the enough resources for its own countries. Some European countries close to Russia then get the energy with the low price, and every country try to keep the enough food by itself. So there are some different directions. Deterrence, effort of deterrence will be unified, at least in the United States and allies and the partner countries. But in the economic situation, the every country try to keep its own resources. So my question is, what kind of the influence of those kind of competitions about getting resources for foods on our effort to unify the different means between countries. So I've not yet get answered about the question. Now, I'd like to ask the economic expert about the influence after that. Thank you.
Thank you, Bonji, and you're doing my job for me as moderator to ask Gerard a question, so and for the broader audience to consider as well, but that's an important question. Dr. Kori Schake, I'm going to turn over to you. Thank you.
So what I thought I would do, given that my colleagues have done such a wonderful job laying out both the economics of the war and the broader geopolitical aspects, is to say a few things about what I think the lessons of the Ukraine war are for Japan and the United States, and then what I fear the lessons China is learning, which are not the same thing. So the lessons of the Ukraine war. First, there are serious challengers to the liberal international order. I mean, the fundamental precept of the order that we built together after World War II was that borders only change by negotiated consensus. And Russia has collapsed that expectation in Europe, of all places. And so boats are rocking, and I think it's important and significant that countries beyond Europe, Japan, Australia, Singapore, South Korea, moved to join a cooperative effort to uphold the order. It really matters that we understand it in terms that broad, in part because it's our best defense against the exasperation of peoples and governments outside of Europe who say, why does this war matter when you don't care about other wars? You don't care about Syria, you don't care about Tigray, you don't care about war crimes in other places. And I think the answer is you have to start somewhere, and we're starting here. The second lesson I think is important from Ukraine is you cannot tell how good a military is until you actually fight it, right? All of us thought Russia was the second best military in the world, and it's not even the second best military in the former Soviet Union, right? Ukraine has fought them to a standstill, and I don't think anybody expected that. Well, we have evidence that the U.S. government didn't expect it because we wouldn't give weapons to Ukraine at the start, fearing that they would very quickly be in Russian hands. And that line has gotten more and more relaxed as time has gone on, and Ukraine has fought so bravely and has also weaponized everything, right? The ballerinas of Ukraine are a major source on the fighting line, and the strength and vitality and pulling together of Ukrainians has been a real model for all of the rest of us who have had the luxury of thinking we can just let our military take care of these problems, that we don't have to cooperate as a society, we don't have to make contributions beyond paying our taxes to this. Third lesson I think is important is we all thought economic sanctions were going to be how this, it was going to be the equivalent of flying sharks with lasers. It was going to revolutionize warfare to have such a strong economic tool. And the Biden administration very much wanted to rebalance American tools of influence, less military, more economic, and more diplomatic. And I think the sad truth is when countries really desperately want something, they're willing to fight for it and we have to be willing to fight for what we want to accomplish, because as Gerard so nicely laid out for all of us, the complexities of the economies and markets' ability to adapt and institutions' ability to adapt are unpredictable and very much more difficult to control than the use of force is difficult to control. A fourth lesson, I so agree with Mr. Ohara that nuclear deterrence is back on the table. All of us would like to pretend that nuclear weapons are of diminishing importance in the international order. And we may think that, but our adversaries don't. So China building up its nuclear stockpile to be larger than the American stockpile is something we have to worry about, especially since Russia and China have a treaty of unlimited friendship that they are continuing to defend. So, military forces back in spades, which is why the brave choices that Japan has been making in the last couple of years matter so much for deterring China and its aggressive intentions for overturning the liberal international order. One other narrower lesson coming out in military aspects is that just as we thought that economic tools were going to be definitive this war, we also thought cyber was going to be definitive this war. And it turns out that it is easier to take power plants offline, to prevent hospitals from serving people by blowing them up than by using elegant electronic means to work into their systems. It turns out that all of us, bad guys and good guys alike, have been making a lot of progress in thinking about how to blunt cyber as an effective domain in war. Two last lessons that I think we in the West are learning. One of my very favorite unexpected twists of the tragedies associated with Russia's invasion of Ukraine is seeing how civil society in free countries has mobilized outside of government encouragement or initiative. And that really is the superpower of freedom, right? That the hackers group Anonymous took down the Russian Ministry of Defense's website and published the names and contact information of everybody on the payroll of the Russian Defense Ministry. That Microsoft has contributed more than $400 million of assistance in helping Ukraine keep their government and other cyber systems clean of Russian influence. That even crazy Elon Musk, by donating Starlink terminals, was really important and continues to be really important in helping Ukraine remain connected and able to communicate. Teenage kids in Ukraine building apps that help the government identify and target Russian military movements, right? All of these are the vibrancy of freedom, and I think you can see comparatively the real difficulty of the Russian military and of Russian society to compete in the weaponization of everything. Just as we fear that technological innovation is facilitating authoritarianism, and it is in some ways, but these technologies are fundamentally democratizing, and the innovations of free societies are fundamentally democratizing. So we should not lose faith in our ability to uphold a messy, disputatious, voluntary, liberal international order. And the last lesson I think we should be learning, and it has to be a relief to America's allies, is that after the debacle of the Biden administration's abandonment of Afghanistan. It is such a relief to see that when the United States actually cares, we can organize and lead major international efforts to preserve and defend the liberal order. Secretary Austin gets together once a month with 50 of his counterparts to hear from Ukraine what assistance they need and to provide it. The G7 has been extraordinary in aligning economic policies and in bringing that alignment into the G20. And that's really important. Free societies are slow to mobilize, but they're extraordinarily enduring in commitments because, of course, you have to win the domestic political argument in free societies before you commit. Okay, what am I worried the Chinese are learning that's different than that? First, that if you act fast, you may be able to outrun the free societies, having our domestic debates and organizing ourselves and aligning our policies to common action. So I think that's one lesson I'm nervous about them learning. A second is nuclear deterrence actually works. The United States and other countries are not risking our own troops for the defense of Ukraine. This is a long way short of George H.W. Bush after Iraq invaded Kuwait in 1990 saying this will not stand. So the Chinese nuclear buildup is to try and prevent the rest of us from intervening with conventional forces to defend the order, or even they may even hope to defend our allies. Third lesson I fear the Chinese are learning, Gerard already outlined, which is that they are so influential in global supply chains and have been for about the last 10 years the engine of global economic growth. So they may think we won't pull the trigger on any significant economic sanctions against China should they lurch for Taiwan or continue to militarize the South China Sea, continue to harass the Philippines, Vietnam, others of us. So I think we ought to be genuinely worried about that. I am pleased, though, that it looks like the combination of the pandemic and malevolent Chinese behavior means the rest of us begin to emulate what Japan did after China cut off your access to rare earths in 2010, which is look to friendly countries, as Japan did to rare earths, mining and processing in Australia. We need to get into the business of making our supply chains at least redundant and probably even solely reliant on countries that share our values and our security interests, because I think that's another lesson China could learn, that they may try and do on a grand scale what they tried to do to Japan after the fishing dispute in 2010. And the model that Japan practiced then, I think, is where all of us are headed. And not just government-initiated effort. I mean, I was pleased to see that Apple, whose over 95% of their production is in China, and I saw that Apple's leadership had committed to reduce that by 25% in the next 2 years. So my last worry of the lessons China is learning is that if they give businesses and civil society groups in free countries time to adapt, that we are going to make ourselves more resilient. You do see the beginnings of the bifurcation of globalization into support for the countries trying to change the rules and support for the countries trying to sustain the rules. I'll end on a hopeful note, though, and I'm prepared to be corrected by my colleagues who know more about the economics of this than I do, but it looks to me like despite the Chinese government's ardent support for Russia and its invasion and war crimes in Ukraine, that China's banks aren't bankrolling this undertaking because they don't want to run the risk of being sanctioned. And Russia's having to go to North Korea for artillery shells and to Iran for drones. They're not getting those things from China, despite a friendship without limits. So we shouldn't underestimate our own strength in confronting China. And we shouldn't be as so worried about what China may do that we talk ourselves into underestimating our own strength. Because at the end of the day, the cooperation among free countries built the order and has the strength to sustain the order.
Thank you, Dr. Schake. This has been an emotional roller coaster where we've had the fuel for nightmares, but also the bright spots that you're talking about from civil society and from all our speakers on civil society, working with partners and allies and like-minded countries, and also on the supply chain diversification, and also pleasant surprises from countries of concern. I think we're going to go right back into the stuff of nightmares with our Q&A. So we have about 20 minutes. Of course, I'm going to take moderator privilege and ask a question, but then turn to the audience. When I ask the audience to ask questions, please use a microphone so our online audience can hear, and please keep it brief. So Gerard, I'm going to turn to you first. You talk about in your discussion how Russia has been able to not exactly skirt sanctions, but be able to kind of live with them. And of course, Dr. Schake has talked about the lessons that China has learned, as you have as well. What are the lessons for those implementing sanctions for using it as a deterrent?
For deterrence specifically, I mean, a few things. The first is they need to be clear and credible, right? So ahead of the invasion, the U.S. government was warning of sanctions, but actually we undersold what we would end up doing. European governments were frankly not prepared to believe the intelligence that the United States was saying. I've heard from several people actually that there was planning, but it wasn't actually planning for what ended up happening. So there was a scramble after the war started to come up with new measures, including the sanctions on the Russian central bank. So I think the first lesson is coordinate with allies, do it early, do contingency planning, don't wait until after the war starts. I think we've learned, it's another example of financial sanctions can be very powerful, but you find some workarounds. Export controls seem to have kind of a slow burn effect. And finally, I would say that economic sanctions are never going to be a substitute for military deterrence. They might supplement it, but they don't replace it. I think there's a separate but related question of, was Putin deterrable? There was a Financial Times report about a month ago saying that he was briefed by his central bank governor and some other officials about a week or two before the war of how bad it was going to be. And in fact, their forecast of the sanctions impact was probably worse than it ended up being. And he said, okay, I don't care, we're going anyway. I think a very important variable, though, is that Putin believed, as many others did, that the war would be fairly quick and that he would win. And I think you have to consider the counterfactual, which is that if the Russians had taken Kyiv quickly and basically done as well as they thought, we probably would not be using new sanctions. We would probably be dwindling our interest in doing that. So in a sense, he was right, but his logic was sound, but his conclusion was based on an erroneous assumption.
Great, thank you. Bonji, you talked about the weaponization of everything, and that can be from economic, statecraft, to food, to supply chains. But I'm going to take it back to how we traditionally think of weapons and get more to the Japan case of things. Japan has announced it's going to increase its defense spending to 2% of GDP. This is a huge step. What is your reaction to that increase in defense spending? Is that to the point that you were making that Japan can really only deal with one side at a time, but now getting it from three sides? Is this supported by the broader population? What's fueling this increase?
Yes, as my recognition, the 2% of GDP is still not enough to fill the gap. Japan did not make enough effort to build the SDF, self-defense force capabilities. So now the Japan need to do many things, but why the Japanese government show the 2%? It is the I think one of the standard to show its own effort. And, Japan has intention to cooperate with United States and also European countries, NATO countries. So the Japan wanted to show the Japan also making effort to deter the autocratic, aggressive behaviors by autocratic countries with the Western countries. So the Japan need to show its effort by number. So 2% is has the meaning of the Japanese effort. But unfortunately, the Japanese administration failed to explain well to the Japanese public about the why Japan need to have the strike capabilities, and also the that kind of weapons like Tomahawk or some kind of other missiles. So the 60-70% of Japanese people support the increased budget or the armed build-up, but 70-80% of Japanese people oppose the increased tax for using the building the armed build-up. So Japanese people also start understanding the situation, but we need to explain or show visualize our effort to the Japanese people. I think.
Everyone loves taxes. Thank you for that. Dr. Schake, in your discussion, I think you've highlighted a lot of surprises that perhaps the global community wasn't expecting in the Ukraine crisis, including the power of civil society. I think we've seen this across the globe, whether it's in Hong Kong or in Myanmar, but I think what's happening in Ukraine has, I think, really surprised people and really garnered a lot of hearts and minds support from across the world. And those are programs, civil society building programs, something that the U.S. is actually quite decent at. That's something we're good at, and with partners. So I think turning this to the NATO alliance, and that is NATO meeting that moment. We usually think of the alliance in a military way, but is the alliance meeting that moment? Are they overreacting militarily? Are they being flexible in calibrating to what the situation on the ground is?
It's such a great question, and you're right. NATO as a military alliance committed to the common defense of its countries doesn't have a lot of the tools to levy economic sanctions or, and doesn't have all of the membership. But I think it was significant that at the NATO summit, Japan's prime minister and Australia's and South Korea's were invited, and I expect will be invited at every future NATO summit, because what we're seeing is the convergence of like-minded countries committed to upholding an order that benefits us all, and actually even benefits our adversaries. If I had been asked to bet whether Germany would within a single year be able to eliminate its reliance on Russian energy, I wouldn't have bet 25 cents on that proposition. So I do think NATO allies are meeting the moment. And, you know, an alliance of 30 countries is an unwieldy organization. And yet, even countries like Hungary, who are suspect in their loyalties, have held the line on sanctions and have held the line on common action. And I think it's a measure of the extent to which NATO has moved ourselves past the narcissism of small differences, right? The things that we all love to argue about. Germany's not spending enough on its defense. Everybody has to meet 2%. Turkey's being problematic again. All of those things are true, and yet we have seen remarkable solidarity. We've seen two countries, Sweden and Finland, who have been neutral for hundreds of years, choosing to join the common defense. And we're having the typical arguments about how to make that happen. But yeah, I actually think the NATO countries have done a remarkably good job of pulling together. And it's not surprising that they do it because we're all scared. And when you're scared, as I think we have seen in the Japanese-American relationship as well, we are worried about China's behavior, and that's making a lot of things possible in our cooperation that wouldn't have been possible otherwise. Because when you're scared, it feels so much safer to be standing shoulder to shoulder with your closest friends.
Exactly. All right, I'd like to turn it over to the audience and give you all the opportunity to ask our panel of experts any questions that you have. There's a microphone in the middle here. Yes, would you like? Oh, Matt, do you want to go first?
I'm just going to model so that we get it started, but go ahead.
Okay. You have to commute to get to the microphone, so you get some steps in today.
Hello, my name is Katsutaka Hayashi from the Embassy of Japan. Well, thank you for the very insightful conversation. My question is for Dr. Schake. I very much agree with your view that China learned, get a lot of lessons learned from the situation in Ukraine. But I wonder overall whether those lessons they learned could make them more cautious, or careful, or make them more bold in the context of their ambitions on Taiwan. Thank you.
That is a fabulous question. And I think we don't know yet is the honest answer. I think the innovations, the speed and breadth of intelligence declassification and sharing in the run-up to the war is likely to make the Chinese cautious that they could organize a potential blockade or a potential invasion of Taiwan without you and us knowing and telegraphing that to the world. I also think they should be worried about whether their military can actually sustain itself in a fight. A lot of militaries look good on parade grounds, but day two of a battle when you're taking lots of casualties and running out of ammunition is a different kind of grit. And countries that haven't fought wars in a long time ought to be doubtful whether their militaries have it. But I am more worried than I think those two factors should show, because I think the Chinese are arrogant enough, the Chinese government is arrogant enough and actually racist enough to think they're going to be so much better at this than we are good at this. And so I am genuinely nervous. What I think I have seen in Chinese moves over the last 10 years is they are incredibly aggressive, but they tend to go in small increments to determine whether you and we are going to react to them. And when we don't react strongly, as we did not with the building of islands in the South China Sea and the militarization of those islands, then they keep going. And so the challenge for us will be, we actually need to be proactive and to increase the clarity and the credibility of our deterrent signals to make sure that the Chinese so that they don't fail to understand what we will be willing to do to defend ourselves and defend our allies and defend our interests. But it's exactly the right strategic question.
Thank you.
Other questions?
actually do have a question. I did want to model and keep the conversation going, but I actually have a genuine question. Matthew Goodman at CSIS. Great conversation. I really learned a lot already. I mean, one of the surprises to me from Ukraine is how it seems as though, you know, in Washington and in Tokyo and in other partner countries, we see all of these problems as kind of one theater, to use the sort of military term. I think, you know, going into this, I would have sort of presumed that a land war in Europe would have caused Washington to become sort of very focused on just that problem. And, you know, we have a sort of transatlantic bias. This is a Rodney Dangerfield comment from an Indo-Pacific focused person, that people here still seem to be more focused on Europe, you know, 75 years after the war and all the other things that we've had to deal with in Europe. So I would have presumed that the US would have been sort of distracted by the Europe thing and ignoring the Indo-Pacific or the rest of the world, but that doesn't seem to be the case. There's still a lot of conversation and buzz about what's going on in Asia. And for Tokyo, I could have imagined, you know, Japan seeing the US as distracted and not paying enough attention to problems in their region. So I guess that's a comment, but it's also folks have touched on this, I think, a little bit, but I'm interested in kind of all the panelists' perspective on whether they see that as well as surprising, or, you know, what's behind that. Why is this different from, you know, we had to pivot in the Obama administration because we were so distracted in the Middle East. This feels like nobody's talking about pivoting. It's all one problem.
Sure, please.
I think that's right. You know, dominant powers don't have the luxury of pivoting from one theater to another. You actually have to sustain the advantageous circumstances you've created. So I always hated the notion of pivoting to Asia because, first of all, we were already engaged in Asia in important ways, and it created an anxiety about abandonment from America's allies in other places. What I think, but I share your assessment that Washington has not lost focus on the other things it needs to do, and that's wonderful. My explanation, my theory of the case, is that Russia's invasion of Ukraine shocked us into seriousness. A reminder that, you know, war, you know, we may not be interested in war, but it may still be interested in us, and that America's adversaries, those countries, even though they are beneficiaries of this international order, are seeking to wrench it away from mutually beneficial outcomes to preferentially beneficial outcomes for them. And I think that shock to seriousness is part of why you saw Congress add $48 billion to the Biden administration's defense budget last year. I think it has a lot to do with the new Japanese national security strategy, the change in defense spending. I mean, the seriousness emanating out of Japan's national security institutions is really palpable. So I think you're right that it's pleasantly surprising that we can do more than one thing at once. But in fact, that's not too much to expect from the dominant power in the international order.
I'll say two things to that. One, there are trade-offs. Munitions that would have been going to Taiwan are now going to be front-loaded going to Ukraine. And despite a lot of talk about the need to boost the defense industrial base, I've not seen any serious action, or really any viable estimates of what that would cost to get us something close to sort of burn rate production. So there is a trade-off, and we are pivoting in a sense. The other thing is strategically, you know, history is full of contingencies. And I think one to consider is what would have happened if China would have responded to the Russian invasion by reaffirming its supposed and generally fairly sincere view of sovereignty, how it sees itself at least. They could have condemned it. They did not. If they had, and if they, let's say, would have behaved differently over the Nancy Pelosi visit, I suspect it would feel much more of a European pivot than we're having. But China basically, 2022 was a terrible year for China for many, many reasons, but diplomatically they handled it terribly. So I think that's part of why we're sort of dealing with the dual front mentality.
China recognized the our preparation or the establishment of the supply chain as a kind of economic sanction. Now we are also trying to exclude the unfair business from our market, but China recognized it is also the sanction. It looks the United States still try to make balance, means the not pressure too much, because if China recognize the opportunity of window is closing in the future, then President Xi may decide the conduct some operation by the hard power, like military operation. So economic sanctions or the re-establish the supply chain also has the aspect to pressure the autocratic countries. We just wanted to keep our supply chain and keep the resources, but the China may have the different perception on the our activities, I think.
So we have a minute left. Did I see a question over here? Yes, can you please go to the microphone? And this is our last question.
Thank you for very insightful discussions. I'm Wakikazu, exchange student from Japan, currently studying George Washington University. I have a questions about nuclear deterrence issues. It seems to be that one of the difference between China and Russia is that China has historically upholded its non-first use doctrine and say that their nuclear forces is just for defensive purpose. What I'd like to know is that your assessment of these unique factors on Chinese nuclear deterrence against current background. Do you think that current rapid nuclear buildup of China and articulations of a strong system of strategic deterrence in the work report to 12th National Party Congress would mark Chinese departure from historical defense nuclear doctrines? And I just wanted to know how these unique factors would affect the efficiency of Chinese nuclear deterrence in comparison to the Russia, and what will be its implications on U.S.-Japan security cooperations in dealing with Chinese nuclear issues. I'd like to know this point. Thank you.
Yeah. Nuclear deterrence is the problem of the perception. China is always afraid of that the Chinese nuclear deterrence against the United States is not enough. So China established the A2AD structures when the deterrence against the United States may broke in the future. But from our perspective, if the China increased nuclear warhead until 1,500, now the United States and Russia can use the 1,550 nuclear warhead in the operation. U.S. need to deter not only Russia, but also need to deter China. So U.S. may recognize the 1,500 is not enough to deter the two different actors. So two actors and three actors are quite different. So if China build up the nuclear capability, then U.S. construct the new nuclear strategy. But Russia and China, of course, respond to the U.S. nuclear strategy. It is the it means the three actors will be in the negative spiral of the nuclear deterrence.
So I don't think we should give any credence to the Chinese commitment to no first use of nuclear weapons. Because first of all, I don't want to bet my security on the Chinese government keeping its word. Second of all, if they're so committed to no first use, why are they building hypersonics, which are strategically destabilizing and only useful in a nuclear mission? It's hard to imagine conventional missions that would be useful or cost effective for. And the third thing I would say is that, pledges of no first use feel nice, but when they're inconsistent with force structure and when they're inconsistent with other behavior of a government, they just don't have any credibility.
Terrifying. Thank you all. Just a quick note to our audience, both here and online. We're going to take a quick 10-minute break and return at 10 a.m. EST for coffee, Zoom break, and for us to switch out the microphones. I would like you all to please join me in thanking our panelists today.
So I'm going to start the second session. My name is Naoyuki Haraoka, Executive Managing Director of Japan Economic Foundation. It's my great honor and great pleasure to moderate this session because, this session could provide you sort of a solution to the current uncertain situation. Rule-based international economic system could be, I think, a good solution to reduce uncertainty and also, to restore globalization. Nobody in this room would disagree to that globalization has achieved so many good things: prosperity, peace, stability, and so I think this is to be restored, and that could lead to the modification of the crisis, which we are now unfortunately confronting in our front. And I'm also happy to be a moderator of this session because we just recently published a report on the rule-based international economic system. Unfortunately, it's written in Japanese. However, the essence of the report, which is called Policy Recommendation, is available on our website. It's available for July-August issue of our English bi-monthly policy promotion magazine, Japan Spotlight. So I would like you to have a look at it, and then you will find what kind of thoughts we have on this issue. Having said so, having listened to the previous session, I thought it would be truly important for us to have a interdisciplinary approach to the whole issue. Unfortunately, today, politics and economics are related to each other, and we cannot separate them from each other. In this situation, it's not too relevant to take sort of a silo approach. We should have more, interdisciplinary and, wide scope, so-called holistic approach to the issue. However, I guess, certainly on the trade policy, there are lots of diversified expectations coming up. Not only economic security issue, but also environment and human rights and labor standards and digital economy and so on. So the trade policy is now certainly at the face of the challenging situation. However, on behalf of economists, I think we should, what shall I say, have a, as narrow definition as possible on some non-economic issues such as security or human rights and so on. Perhaps we will proceed the discussion to see how this is relevant to the current situation or not. And I'm going to move to the introduction of the distinguished panelists. First, Mr. Morita, sitting next to me. He's a distinguished trade policy expert of Japan Business Federation. And actually, he's been a key person in drafting our policy recommendation of the report which I mentioned. That was, mostly organized on the first half of last year. And so I look forward to listening to his presentation on overall trade policy issue. And second, Dr. Lovely from PIIE, Peterson Institute. I've heard she's a good expert, distinguished expert on trade and security, economic security issues, which certainly would be the core part of our discussion today. And lastly, not the least, of course, Mr. Goodman, of course, all of you know, the Vice President of CSIS, and he kindly also took part in partly our discussion on rule-based international economic system, which was organized online and last year. So I truly look forward to his presentation on the various issues which we discussed in, like CPTPP and RCEP, IPEF, and so on. Some sort of the regional agreements, initiatives in the Asia-Pacific area. Okay, having said so, I'm going to give a floor to first Mr. Morita in your presentation. Maximum 10 minutes, and hopefully 7-8 minutes. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction. Very nice to be here. So first, let me start from the Japan-U.S. relations, trade relations. As you know, TPP negotiations began in March 2010, and 3 years after the start of the negotiations in 2013, Japan participated in the TPP negotiations. And when Japan participated in the TPP negotiations, we are away behind the United States. So we chased after the United States in order to catch up with the negotiations. And finally, in February 2016, TPP was signed. However, a year later, the United States withdrew from the TPP, and after the withdrawal of the United States from the TPP, this time the United States chased after Japan to have a bilateral trade agreement. It was called the Japan-U.S. Trade Agreement on Goods, and it was called a tag. And actually, it was just like playing tag. So first Japan chased after the United States to participate in the TPP, and this time United States chased after Japan to have the bilateral trade agreement, and it was just like playing tag. And finally, in January 2020, the bilateral trade arrangement with the United States went into force. And from the business sector's point of view, we are quite happy with the bilateral trade arrangement with the United States. But however, we do want the United States back in the TPP, considering the global supply chains. And also, we have a very high expectation on IPEF, which the negotiation started last September. But we do not think IPEF would substitute the TPP because it does not include market access. So what shall we do in that case? So unfortunately, I don't think the United States would be coming back to the TPP in the near future. But I do think that there is a possibility that the United States would participate in a new framework which is very, very similar to TPP. So now the K-Darling is proposing to establish a trade arrangement comprised of G7 countries. And as on this slide, there is a Japan-US trade arrangement between Japan and US, and between US and Canada, you have the USMCA, and between Japan and the EU, we have the Japan-EU EPA. So based on those existing trade frameworks, we may establish a framework which covers all the G7 countries. So I think this could be one of the solutions to rule-based trading system. So next, can I move on to Japan-China relations? Oops. Yes. For Japan, trade relations with China is very important because China is by far the largest trading partner with Japan. But on the other hand, regarding China, we do have the economic security issues. So on the other hand, on one hand, we have to promote trade with China, but on the other hand, we must be very careful about giving away critical technologies. And as you know, we have the RCEP agreement with China. It went into force last year, and many Japanese companies are utilizing the RCEP. And I think RCEP may contribute not only to free trade, but also to economic security. For example, RCEP has clauses on prohibition of compulsory technology transfer requirements, and in the digital sector, it has the clause on prohibition of data localization requirements. And those clauses could contribute to economic security if and only if China implements the RCEP in a proper way. Next, yes. Next, relations with China regarding the TPP. And I think the answer is quite clear. First, we want the United States back in the TPP before starting any sort of talks with China. And put it in a very diplomatic words, we do welcome China in the CPTPP if China is ready to comply with the high standards of the CPTPP. And we think the level of ambition of RCEP is not enough, and China has to comply with the high ambition of the CPTPP. So I think the answer is clear here. And the next point is the relation with China regarding the human rights issues. And human rights issues in Xinjiang is a concern for both Japan and the US. And I think targeted sanctions on entities and officials involved in human rights infringement, such as the sanctions under the Global Magnitsky Act of the United States, can be very effective. And on the other hand, import control under the UFLPA shall be implemented in a way not overburdensome for importers. And I understand that our trade minister, Nishimura-san, visited the United States last week, and he had a very intensive talk with the U.S. government officials. And we anticipate for the outcome of the discussions. And last but not least, the WTO issues. I think WTO plays a key role in providing multilateral rule-based trading systems. And for the interest of time, I've just mentioned that the appellate body issues must be solved. And I will leave the details for the free discussion. So I will stop here. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Morita, for this excellent presentation on the various issues in trade policy. So next is Dr. Lovely. Please, yes, you have floor.
Thank you very much. Good morning. It's a pleasure to be here. Mr. Morita just gave us a very useful overview of U.S. Japan relations and then Japan-China relations. And I think that's a very nice way to segue into my comments, which really focus on the U.S. and IPEF. Some folks, some observers view IPEF as partly a partial solution to the current situation that we find ourselves in, which is basically that the rules-based global trading system is under threat and is being eroded daily. But in my view, I think IPEF is potentially more of another way to erode the global trading system, and therefore is a bit more of a danger than a solution. So I'm going to try to explain and also offer the view that I think Japan plays a crucial role in determining whether IPEF is in fact helpful or a hindrance. So some of us may be forgiven for longing for the good old bad days when the problems facing the WTO seem merely intractable. 5 years ago, there was the belief that a deal could be struck with the United States that would permit the appellate body to again function effectively. 4 years ago, we were startled by the capriciousness of the Trump-era tariffs on China and the resulting Chinese retaliation. But many of us at that time still anticipated that some rollback of those tariffs was possible through negotiation. Only 3 years ago, aided by significant diplomatic energy and investment from Japan, the U.S., the EU, and Japan agreed on a joint statement on subsidy disciplines. Alas, any hopes we had, as quixotic as they appeared at the time to some, were not without foundation. The U.S. remained in the game. The U.S. and China were talking. Japan was taking an active leadership role, and solutions existed, even if they were obviously hard to reach. The current trade policy landscape is vastly different, in my view. The appellate body remains unable to function. Trump-era tariffs remain in place. Nothing has been done to discipline industrial subsidies. In fact, we're now all embracing subsidies. Indeed, since 2020, the ability of the WTO to constrain national trade policies has been further eroded. China abruptly removed access to its market for Australia and Lithuanian exporters. More recently, the Biden administration strongly condemned WTO ruling that former President Trump violated global trade rules in 2018 when he invoked national security concerns to justify tariffs on steel and aluminum products from around the world. The U.S. made clear that it would not remove the duties and that the WTO dispute settlement system remained in need of fundamental reform. Needed reform is unlikely to occur anytime soon. Despite continued lip service by both the U.S. and China supporting a rules-based global trade system, each country pursues policies that run counter to its maintenance. U.S.-China bilateral tensions now completely overshadow prospects for WTO reform. In this environment, countries are looking at forming or deepening regional agreements and intensifying activities within regional supply chains. Some observers are not concerned. In fact, some believe such regional agreements are preferable to a revitalized WTO, while others view them as a step toward a revitalized WTO. In my view, a divided world of regional blocs is a poor substitute for a revitalized WTO. That's sort of an old theme we always talked about back when I was teaching trade theory at Syracuse University, but I think it goes farther in these days, and I hope I can explain why. Regional agreements have long been broadly consistent with countries' obligations to the WTO. Perhaps a blind eye was turned by the WTO to preferential trade agreements that failed to meet the test of liberalizing substantially all trade. Until recently, regional agreements were designed to encourage trade among its members. Trade diversion, the substitute of trade with other FTA partners for trade with outside countries, was often a byproduct of FTA formation, but it was not, in my view, an intentional outcome or goal of FTA formation. Today, new regional agreements and alliances are perhaps being formed in ways that challenge WTO norms, especially the principle of non-discrimination. This is an important manifestation of the search for economic security that I think we have to grapple with. By its recent trade actions, the U.S., and I'll focus mainly on my own country, the U.S. has made clear its intention to reduce China's role in the supply chains that serve the American market. Export controls on sales of semiconductors and semiconductor manufacturing equipment were clearly designed to move the U.S. away from reliance on Chinese-made chips. Perhaps that's the cleanest activity we will see. As we move forward into other types of goods and services, the issues become more difficult. Some may think chips are difficult. I think they're probably the easiest of these. Perhaps the clearest demonstration of U.S. attempt to, in some sense, bifurcate global supply chains is the effort that does not mention China, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework. At its core, IPEF is an invitation from the U.S. to other countries to participate in efforts to alter the direction and content of regional supply chains, to replace China in the supply chains that serve the American market. IPEF partners are being asked not only to serve as alternate and officially sanctioned sources of U.S. imports, something many would welcome, they're also being asked to constrain their own sourcing to other friends. In short, the American plan is to build discrimination into the DNA of IPEF. But one might argue that IPEF is not a trade agreement, it's simply a group of friends committed to a world of high standards. This is certainly what we hear from the U.S. government. However, as U.S. Trade Representative Kathleen has made clear, IPEF is not a traditional economic trade agreement and will not include trade negotiations. It is viewed as an economic agreement. But it does not take a lot of imagination on our part to see that standards can be used to discriminate as well as easily as tariffs can, and that the U.S. may encourage friendshoring, not by trade liberalizing moves, which would offer preferential access to friends, but by trade constraining actions. In other words, the fact that it is not a traditional trade agreement does not mean that it cannot undermine the current configuration of a global trading system built on non-discrimination. Regionalism is thus, in my view, a move to splinter global value chains and create at least two supply chains, one that will serve the U.S. and one that will serve the rest of the world. There are so many questions around this effort that we have yet to ask. How deep into global value chains will U.S. demands for friendshoring go? This is an important issue. The U.S. moves against 4 Asian countries for circumvention of U.S. anti-dumping and countervailing duty tariffs on Chinese solar cells suggests that the U.S. will go into value chains, but we frankly don't know if this will go further into other types of products. How will the IPEF countries respond to U.S. demands, given that most are already members of RCEP, which includes China? China and ASEAN are beginning a new round of negotiations on the ASEAN-China Free Trade Agreement. Can ASEAN countries really run 2 supply chains? And how will Europe react and want to act with China? All very important questions that we really don't have any clear indication of what the U.S. government position is, or even what we as economists and observers believe would be the right path. This session, of course, focuses on Japan and U.S. and economic security. Japan is the most important U.S. ally in the region. Japan has been a leader on trade, most recently by picking up the mantle of TPP and bringing it to fruition as the CPTPP. As I mentioned earlier, by being an important leader in trying to work with the U.S. and EU on constraints on industrial subsidies. Now Japan will have a very important role to play in the IPEF negotiations. How can Japan work within IPEF while fulfilling its commitment to defend the rules-based multilateral system? I think is a very difficult question. But surely, in my view, it involves moderating U.S. rhetoric and ambition in the Asia-Pacific. What does peaceful coexistence and economic integration look like in this new environment of heightened national security concerns, the need for energy transition, and let's face it, disruptive national politics. What role will the WTO play? I'll just conclude by saying I think there are many good things in IPEF, many things that the countries who have agreed to negotiate IPEF really would like to see happen, including things like sharing information for supply chain resilience, improving the rules for digital trade, making sure that countries are fulfilling their agreements on labor standards and human rights. However, the U.S. ambitions in this area are very broad. They're clearly unmodified, undefined. That raises a lot of uncertainty for global businesses. And I think Japan's role can be best thought of as one of moderating U.S. demands and helping the U.S. specify and delineate the areas in where it really sees the need for its own national and economic security to remove China from its supply chains. Thank you. I'll leave it at that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Labrie, for providing us explanation in particular on the merits of IPEF for Japan. So next, please, Mr. Goodman. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Haruka-san, and thank you, Morita-san and Mary, for some very provocative points that I hope we can discuss more. I have some thoughts on a couple of very interesting things you said. Because this conference is about disruption, let me just say a word about disruption. So, there are three key disruptive countries in the world today: Russia, China, and the United States. Russia, I don't think we need to talk about that much on this panel, because although they are disrupting the global economy by disrupting food and energy supplies, for one thing, and they are disrupting the order more broadly, as discussed in the last panel, they're not really a major player in the global economic order, which is what we're really talking about here, because they're just not big enough and don't have really opinions about shaping the global economic order. So put Russia aside in this context. China obviously is a disruptor, but I want to just sort of divide different types of disruption that China has caused over the last 40 years. There are really sort of three phases. The first was a kind of positive disruption where from sort of 1979 to 1990 plus or minus, when, or 2000 even, maybe arguably, when China was opening up, reforming, and growing. And that really disrupted the sort of global economy in the sense of creating this globalization model, with China as a centerpiece of that model. Then there is a phase of what you might call negative market disruption in the sort of 2000, 2010, if you consider that sort of the peak of the Autor et al. China shock, when China, as it entered the WTO, was a very disruptive force, certainly here in the United States, in certain parts of the United States, in certain sectors, as Autor et al. Spelled out in their great study a few years ago, which is we can argue and talk about, but I think fundamentally is correct. And then since 2010, we're in a kind of what I think of as a third phase of disruption from China, which is again, negative but policy-led disruption. And I just sort of made a short list of some of the things that are on my list, from going back pre-Xi Jinping to Hu Jintao's indigenous innovation and Made in China 2025 policies. Then, of course, Xi Jinping's kind of abandonment of reform and opening, trade secret thefts, which became an issue in the late Obama administration, economic coercion, setting up alternative institutions. That by itself is not necessarily negative, but it does actually, in my mind, raise the question of what's the net benefit to the world or the order of the creation of those institutions. I think that has yet to be determined. It feels more like it's about sort of China wanting to have a seat at the table and the gavel, as it were, as opposed to actually wanting to do something very different, because the AIIB certainly is sort of broadly saying, and I think doing, things that are very similar to what the World Bank has traditionally done. And then more recently, you've obviously had the COVID lockdown, which is probably, along with maybe the February 4th handshake with Vladimir Putin that Xi Jinping did and said we have a friendship without limits. Those two things are probably the most disruptive things that China has done in the global economic and broader order recently. So you're dealing with a country that is not really the kind of country that was envisaged as a leading economic player certainly when Bretton Woods was set up, or and definitely when we pushed to get China into the WTO. Let's talk about the implications of that in a second. But obviously, the third disruptive country is the United States. Certainly, over the last 5 to 7 years, I think we've been, again, pre-Donald Trump, we were raising questions about the WTO dispute settlement mechanism, and having doubts about some of the institutions that we ourselves had set up and championed. And I think this is a very different period, the last 5 to 7 years, from the 70 years before that, when the U.S. had created these institutions and rules and was really more or less the main champion of these institutions and rules. I think the difference is that for 70 years, the American people either weren't aware of or sort of bought into the implicit deal in the U.S. engagement in these issues in the global economy, the deal that we would limit our own sovereignty in order to get other countries to limit their sovereignty and follow a set of rules and institutions that we created and that we led. That had huge benefits, but I think Americans increasingly felt those things were not benefiting them in the same way that they might have in the past. So we've been disruptive. We're not only not championing the global order anymore, we're even attacking it in the WTO or using unilateral trade tools like Section 232 or Section 301. We're actively promoting decoupling and deglobalization up to a point, and again, not full forms of either of those things, but whether it's the Trump tariffs or the Biden technology controls. And we're much more focused now on protecting our own quote-unquote economic security, a term that is not used in the U.S. quite as much as it is in Japan, but I think we all sort of, within the core of that term, understand what we're doing here. So I do think we are a disruptor, and we have to acknowledge that. And then the question is that's not a value judgment, because actually some of that disruption, I think, is appropriate based on the changing realities in the world and changing risk factors. But I do think this is going to be a phase that's going to continue. We're going to continue, hedging, if you want to put it that way, against China risk. We're going to be continuing to selectively decouple from China to reconfigure supply chains. I do think that we may be, the pendulum is still swinging in that direction, but it may be slowing and possibly could start correcting a little bit, even as soon as this year. There are some straws in the wind as we see in maybe the second 2 years of a Biden administration, more focus on working with allies on certain undertakings, and I'll come to the trade arrangements in a second. I think you're going to see, as the administration pushes out some of its, again, let's just call them economic security policies, banning TikTok, for example. I guess that there are going to be a lot of American parents who weren't aware that the U.S. was engaged in this kind of policy, and their kids are going to make it known that they're not happy about that, and that's going to create a bit more debate. Businesses, as export controls tighten, I think, and expand, are going to raise more concerns. And allies, we're already seeing allies concerned about some of the policies the U.S. is taking, which they understand and support on one level, to invest in ourselves, to get our domestic economy stronger, to invest in the energy transition and climate policies. But nevertheless, the concerns that have been expressed about the Inflation Reduction Act are a sign that, allies are going to be asking for the U.S. to be a little less disruptive, maybe. And so I think there could be a little bit of a swing back as soon as this year, even in some of the the debate here, at least, if not in the actual policies. So there's a lot to say about all the things that have been talked about. I guess I just lay out 3 tensions that I've focused on before in the Biden approach and 3 policy prescriptions that I'll leave here on the table. So the 3 tensions that I've talked about, actually rarely am I consistent in this stuff, but I actually went back, and on the first full day of the Biden administration, I wrote a piece about 3 prospective tensions in the Biden approach to international economics, and they still seem to hold, which is the tension between I've already mentioned it, our priority of investing in ourselves and building back better on the one hand, and our desire to work with allies and partners on promoting our joint, let's call it economic security. And that tension is still alive. There's a tension that I mentioned, which I again think is still alive, between the impulse to confront China, and which is strong here in Washington, and the need to, and also now the stated desire to engage on some level with China. There is an obvious both rationale for engaging with China on global public goods, on even economic matters, and now the Biden and Xi, having met in Bali last fall, have actually said they want to figure out ways to engage. And Secretary Raimondo, in her speech the other day, said this is something we want to do. But I think there's a tension there, because it's not clear to me that we're going to be able to get that balance right of confronting China, trying to decouple, and yet saying we want to play ball with them, or they're going to want to play ball with us. So that's there. And then the biggest tension of all, in my opinion, and gets back now to the actual things that Morita-san and Mary have been talking about, which is the lack of a trade policy. That is a huge gap and tension, if you want to say, in our approach. We, as Mary eloquently laid out, IPEF is not a traditional trade agreement, and has it has some value, and I'm actually been positive about elements of IPEF, like the fact that 13 other countries want to talk to the U.S. about economic engagement, and the fact that there's some things in there on clean energy, on supply chains, on potentially on digital trade that are useful, but it's not a trade policy. And again, explicitly, it's not that. That's stated not to be that. And the problem with that is that means that we are not giving our partners what they really want from us, which is access to our market. I mean, at the end of the day, our Asian friends want to sell stuff to Mary and me because we consume a lot of that stuff. And if they can't do that, we're less interesting to them, frankly, as a partner. So I think that's just a brute reality. And if we're not willing to do that, then we're not going to win hearts and minds in the same way. And there's another problem with IPEF versus a traditional trade policy, which is in the traditional approach, we would have gone to Congress, the administration would go to Congress, get authority to negotiate a trade agreement, and then would go back to Congress to get approval, and with consulting along the way. The administration's made clear it's not going to do that with IPEF. It's not going to, it's going to consult informally, but it's not going to, ask for Congress's approval. And the problem with that is, again, Congress controls the purse and gives market access or money. So if the administration's not going to ask for one of those things, then, what is the U.S. offering to our partners in IPEF? And then the other problem is that if Congress, difficult as it may be, approves a trade agreement, it becomes a permanent part of law in the United States and in our partner countries, and it digs the pylons of our relationship much deeper. If this is just an initiative, IPEF, that ends in a piece of paper, it's not going to be as durable. So I think that is all problematic. Okay, 3 just quick things that I would leave on the table for U.S. and Japan is, I think we all need to step back a little bit from the kind of dark, gloomy perspective that we've had maybe for 20 years, but certainly in the last few years, about all of these issues. I think clearly risks in the world have increased, whether China risk or pandemic risk or many other risks, climate risk. And we're going to have to pay a higher premium, insurance premium, to deal with that risk, no question. But I do also think we have to remember that, this is just like when you put insurance on your house or your car. You're not saying I'm not going to ever open the doors of my house, or I'm just going to hunker down and pull the shades closed and prevent all possible risk of somebody walking in the house and giving me COVID or stealing something from my house. No, we keep the doors open, we engage, we drive our cars. I think we need to think more like that, which is that openness and engagement and economic activity is good for us. And there is a band of activity that is risky, and that band may have grown, has grown, and we have to pay more insurance. But we should start with this kind of what you might call negative list approach, which is that anything goes except those things that we identify as threats or risks that we should protect against. So that's sort of one recommendation for all of us, is to be a little more positive and confident. And then the second thing is, I do think we need to get back into trade policy. I think the U.S. has to re-engage in traditional trade policy, traditional but updated, modified. There's a lot that could be changed and has been changed. I mean, through USMCA versus NAFTA, those are different things. So it's not that we're going to be negotiating NAFTA again, or even TPP. We're going to do new things, but it still needs to be in that context of traditional trade policy, I think. And then thirdly, we really need to work more closely with allies, and I'd say especially the U.S. and Japan need to work together on all of these endeavors. And it's already been said, but Japan is not only not a disruptive force, it's actually a stabilizing force in the global economic order these days, and a champion of stronger rules, and whether it's TPP or we're going to have Minister Kono of the digital ministry here this afternoon on this stage, and I think he's going to talk about data free flow with trust, which is a Japanese offering to the world on data governance, a critical area and gap, and I think that's the kind of thing that Japan has been doing in our area that is as significant as the 2% of GDP defense spending. This is really critical stuff, and the U.S. needs to work with Japan, and frankly, Japan needs to nudge the United States to come back to a more traditional role of being a force for upholding and updating the global economic order rather than being more of a disruptor. So.
Thank you so much, Mr. Goodman, for providing us a little bit optimistic view, which is very encouraging for us. Following the example of our, the previous moderator, I'm going to ask each of the panelists my question. First, Mr. Morita, what do you think about, you explained, the Keidanren's proposal about, the more broad regional integration, which could perhaps lead to restoration of WTO. And, what do you think about the idea of, combining Japan-EU FTA with CPTPP, for example, RCEP? That's my question to you. Yes, please.
Yes, so, yes, as I have mentioned, yes, we definitely want United States back in the TPP, but I don't think that that's going to be the case. So we have to explore for the possibility of another free trade schemes. And fortunately, we have the Japan-US, and Japan also has the Japan-EU. And I think there are many elements in common. Yes, so in case of the Japan-US trade agreement, I think for the most part, tariffs are eliminated except for the automobile sectors. And regarding the Japan-EU EPA, substantially all the trade is liberalized. So I think both agreements can offer a basis for formulating a new scheme comprising both United States, EU, and of course Japan. And talking about the digital sector, we do have the U.S. Japan digital trade agreement, in which the data flow is liberalized, and we do also have the Japan-EU EPA, and the data flow is liberalized under the adequacy arrangement between the EU and Japan. I think that can also provide a basis for the free flow of data among the G7 countries. And also, we are very happy to know that the US and the EU have agreed on the new scheme of data flow, the transatlantic data flow framework. So we are very happy about that. So I think on those existing frameworks, I think we can build upon a new trading scheme. And the very important thing is that that kind of trading scheme must be open to all other countries which are ready to meet the high standards or high criteria. So thank you.
Thank you so much. And my question to Dr. Lavely, if my understanding is correct, you seem to have somewhat emphasized aspect of, how do you say, political alliance in FTA, not, the pure economic theoretical aspect. But I'm not a good economist, but categorically I'm an economist. And on behalf of economists, I think, we still consider high. We still need to consider high of the, benefits of free trade as, described in the economic theory. So, perhaps friend-shoring, and you mentioned about IPEF, but, IPEF, if, they have, market access parts, that will be more highly appreciated by, Asian countries, so that you can achieve not only political or security objective, but also economic objective. So what do you think about this aspect?
Thank you very much for the question. As an economist, I would agree with you that we have always believed in the United States in the benefits of free trade until most recently. I think our U.S. Trade Representative, Kathleen, I believe right on this very stage, Matt Goodman, questioned whether trade these days is really gainful for all partners or whether it's zero-sum. So I think we live in a world where many people consider trade to be zero-sum. I believe that's inaccurate, but that's another discussion. So how does this apply to IPEF? If IPEF were to include market access, where you lower your tariffs against another country, in a sense that is discriminatory. But as I said, regional trade agreements have been mainly about creating more trade, not diverting more trade. IPEF isn't that. I think IPEF is fundamentally about diverting trade, and it's about creating new new configurations for supply chains. Now let's think for a minute, why don't those configurations exist today? And the answer is because there's very high costs to moving supply chains, creating new factories, for example. And the way governments can get that is for subsidizing, as we're doing in the case of new chip fabs. So we're going to subsidize them. And in that case, we're willing to say, as a country, this is so important to our economic and national security that we, the taxpayers, are willing to pay those billions of dollars to Intel, Micron, SK Hynix, whoever. And it also compensates, in some sense, the companies that are forced to undertake these investments because it provides them with some compensation or public buy-in. So moving supply chains is costly. It's not just costly, though, on the fixed cost side. It's costly in terms of variable costs because you're moving from lower wage countries to higher wage countries. So then the question becomes, once you have these higher priced goods, who's going to buy them? And then the US has to guarantee some kind of a market. And because, for other reasons, we're unwilling to guarantee that market through the traditional means, which might be trade liberalization, we're going to have to do it through what I think of as trade barriers. Now, US erecting trade barriers may feel uncomfortable. It's uncomfortable to me. But I think we need to look ahead and see where is this going. In the case of chips, I think it's obvious. In the case of solar cells, I think it's obvious. On those two particular groups of products, you might say, oh, I'm so willing to pay that price. That's really important. What about other goods? I think my main concern when I read the statements of US officials about IPEF is it's completely open-ended. Let the US state what it wants. Otherwise, it's going to let uncertainty force the business community to make those decisions. And in fact, just recently, I think Treasury issued a statement saying that businesses were being, in some sense, overzealous in trying to comply with financial sanctions that have been levied on Russia. In other words, the private sector wants to comply. It wants to see where things are headed, anticipate, and make those investments in light of that. And so by putting all this uncertainty into the water, the US basically pushes that burden onto the private sector. I think that is misguided. I think we will either overshoot, undershoot, and it leaves our allies wondering, what is the US trying to do? It's not leading. I want the US to lead by saying we need these supply chains to be diversified because that's important for our national security. It's not that I'm questioning that there are important national security issues that need to be addressed. It's how we're addressing them.
Right.
Can I ask her to answer her question?
Yeah.
No, go ahead. You have a separate question.
Sure.
No, I mean your question too. His question too.
My question to you first is, it may not be relevant to ask you a political question, but concerning your optimistic view, do you have any kind of sort of, observation about US politics moving towards accepting trade liberalization?
Yes, and I guess that does, in a way, sag with what I wanted to say in response to actually both of your questions, to first to Morita-san, and I think the G7 idea of I think you called a free trade and investment club is a great idea. I think the hardest thing in that arrangement is going to be getting the U.S. and Europe together. We're doing better on some things than we used to do, but I think when the rubber hits the road, that's going to be very hard. I'm not worried about the U.S. and Japan, or probably Japan and Europe, but I think US-EU is going to be very difficult. We proposed something kind of similar to that, by the way, a couple of years ago, in the CSIS Trade Commission suggested a compact among kind of a G7 plus group of countries without walking away from the WTO, but creating a sort of higher ambition effort like that. So that's a good thing. On your question, I'm also trained as an economist, so I espouse Ricardian theory of the comparative advantage as well, and think that trade is a net positive strongly with some downside. I thought it was interesting, and it maybe gets to your political question, that there have been a couple of, I mentioned straws in the wind, and then I didn't really elaborate on them. Secretary Yellen, the Treasury Secretary, did a really interesting piece a few weeks ago in something called Project Syndicate that didn't get as much attention as it should have, but she actually mentioned comparative advantage, which is a risky thing to do these days in public, and made the case for trade. She also said we need to do friendshoring, we need to deal with greater risk and so forth. But I thought it was maybe what you would expect from a Treasury Secretary, but the fact that she spent the time to write a piece like that advocating for trade, I thought was significant. The Washington Post also had an editorial last week calling specifically for the U.S. to return to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. I think, again, it's the Washington Post. It's not, it's not the USA Today or something, but it's, I think, significant that there's a conversation now going on. And I think to answer your question about politics, I mean, I think there are two reasons that the politics may be a little more favorable, maybe three. One is that in the polling is consistently showing that Americans, and particularly Democrats, are pro-trade. Maybe when the questions are asked in a more detailed way, there's some more nuanced answers, but the fundamental answer is 2/3 and rising numbers of Democrats support trade. And there's still, I believe, a substantial pro-trade element in parts of the Republican Party as well. So I think with, there is a possibility with, even with the challenges that there are going to be politically in Congress over the next couple of years. And you've even seen the new chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, who has been, on the one hand, called a protectionist or anti-trade, but actually he said some things that are kind of surprisingly pro-trade about getting Trade Promotion Authority moving and getting back in negotiations with countries. So I think there's a possibility you could have some debate. And that leads to kind of the final thing, which reason for optimism on the politics, or at least possibility of some change, is that, this is hardly deep, new, original analysis, but many presidential scholars point out that, or political analysts, that when a president halfway through his term loses one or both of the houses of Congress, he tends to be more constrained in what he can do in domestic policy and legislation, and turns more to foreign affairs and where he has much more sway. And I expect that some of that dynamic to happen with President Biden in his second 2 years. And as he goes out in the world and he talks to friends in Japan and Europe and other places, I think he's going to hear that people want us back in the game in trade. And I think that's going to help shift some of the political balance. I don't want to be too optimistic. I mean, there's a lot of reason that I could also cite as to why this is going to be a challenging debate for a while. But I just do want to put out there that amongst all the gloom and doom, that I do think that there are some reasons to believe we could be back in the game, including the economic argument for why this is good for us.
Thank you so much for a very encouraging answer. Our time is very much limited. We have only 9 minutes. So questions from the audience, please. Any question?
You need to go to the microphone, which
Yes.
is a brave thing to do, but
Yeah.
it's great
Please.
to have to go over there.
I noticed 2 people. Please,
There's a
you
mic
were
over
the
here.
first.
Sorry, you have to actually get up.
Thank you very much. Robert Delaney from South China Morning Post. I just wanted to ask about the G7, and this would be open to any of the panelists, but the idea expressed about the club, the G7 club, Japan, the U.S. G7, and having this sort of free, more free trade investment framework modeled on these various arrangements already in place. So we have these very high-level meetings taking place in Washington. We've got the 2x2 meeting with Blinken today, and then we also have the meeting between Biden and Prime Minister Kishida on Friday. Could anyone respond to, like, is the expectation that this will be that this will figure prominently in the agendas for these meetings? Is there any prospect for any kind of advancement of this idea throughout these meetings. So just generally trying to gauge how much we should be looking at the possibility of this coming to fruition, given that there's so much debate and pretty much pessimism about the U.S. joining CPTPP. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So may I answer this question? Oh, thank you very much for the questions. Yes, as you know, Japan will be hosting the G7 Hiroshima summit this year. So what Keidanren is proposing to the Japanese government is to take up this idea of the free trade and investment club comprising all the G7 countries at the summit in Hiroshima. So hopefully it will be on the agenda of the G7 summit.
Can I just say, I think the 2+2 that you mentioned, the defense and foreign ministers meeting today, suggests that this is going to be largely a sort of security-focused day and probably week, and there's lots for the president and prime minister to talk about in the security realm. So I think that probably will predominate. But I suspect economic security is going to be a feature in that, and I also expect in the private conversation at least that Prime Minister Kishida is going to talk about some of the issues we've been talking about today, including, I think, expressing hope that that the U.S. will rejoin something like CPTPP. So we did shameless self-advertising. We put out the Japan chair, and I did a piece yesterday, which is in public domain, with a sort of Q&A about the summit, and it includes a section on what one might expect on the economic stuff. So take a look at that.
Dr. Lovely, do you have anything to add? Okay. So the next question, yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you very much. My name is Daisuke Kawai. I'm a research fellow at Japan Institute of International Affairs. So my questions on the data free flow with trust, as mentioned by Mr. Goodman. And actually, the Japanese government is proposing this concept since 2019, but we haven't seen its progress of the DFFT even within Quad or U.S. Japan alliance. So what's the position the United States regarding the DFFT, even though like EU has taken very hard stance towards data protection, having seen the GDPR. So does the United States prefer the more data localizations or more data free flow for the commerce purposes? Thank you.
A great question. And actually, you've stolen the question that I'm going to ask Minister Kono this afternoon if I get the chance, because I think he's going to talk about Japan's plans for getting DFFT sort of operationalized, even institutionalized in the G7 host year. And when I say that, that's a fancy word. I think Japan wants DFFT, data free flow with trust, to be somehow become a kind of permanent feature of the global governance system, like having maybe a headquarters secretariat in the OECD or something. I mean, I don't know if that's the specific recommendation, but they're looking for something like that. And the question I now probably won't ask because I'm answering the question myself now, is the U.S. going to buy into all of this? Because we don't have our own domestic federal privacy law. We don't have a clear position on what we're going to do on data or digital governance, including even in the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, where it's listed as a topic. But certainly if we're not going to join sort of traditional trade endeavors or the Digital Economy Partnership Agreement, or DIPA, that I've and others have proposed the U.S. ought to join. So it's a good question. Is the U.S. actually going to enthusiastically embrace this? And if not, is Minister Kono optimistic that we're going to be able to advance, he's going to be able to advance this concept of DFFT in Japan's G7 year? But I'll try to ask him again anyway, despite having answered that.
The two of you, anything to add?
Yes,
Yeah, sure,
yes. Regarding the DFFT, as I mentioned, I understand that the EU and the United States have agreed on the scheme of protecting private data. So I think it can be a driving force towards addressing the DFFT issues among US, EU, and Japan. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. The last question, anybody? Yeah, please.
Christopher Williams, I'm a recently retired federal employee. I read in the FT this morning, Financial Times had a long read about Xi and China, and there was, if I read it correctly, it was suggesting post-lockdown, he's had to adapt, and then it was suggesting that within the EU, the leaders of Germany and France are cautioning against pushing too far away from China. Is there some sense that that kind of recalibration that Xi might think he's overdone the independent, disruptive role, that there's some scope for Japan and the EU to encourage them, the Chinese policymakers, back into cooperative multilateral behavior at the margin, at least? I don't see that. I couldn't imagine the bilateral U.S.-Chinese relationship backing off, but that might be a way in which there's some competition to play by the rules rather than to disrupt.
I think, first of all, I think your microphone might have stopped in the middle there, and she's going to give you a new one. Could you just do the last part of your the actual question? I think we got the basic backdrop, just so the audience online can hear what your fundamental question is.
Yes, the thought is, against that background, is it possible that there's a set of incentives that Japan and the EU could work with to incentivize China to move back to look more like a good cop by playing by the rules more than it has been inclined to? And if it were to do that, then there's some competitive incentive for the U.S. administration to do the same.
She's the real China hand.
So I think we're already seeing a movement away from sort of the wolf warrior diplomacy toward what I think the FT column mentioned is sort of a charm offensive from the Chinese. I think more substantively, the Chinese seem to have realized that they overreached in some areas, zero COVID certainly being one. They found it was unsustainable, and we have the current disruption that's resulting from the fast removal of zero COVID. Also in the regulatory sphere, we're seeing them trying to, in some sense, undo some of the damage they did with the unsignaled and dramatic regulations in tech, and their attempts to rein in the level of debt and credit expansion in the property sector. So they've got a lot of issues that they haven't necessarily dealt with in the most efficient manner, and they have to deal with all of those moving forward in 2023 if they wish to revive their economy, which they most certainly do, because 2022 was a disastrous year, both for the economy and for social welfare inside China. So we're going to see these movements. I think the US is more concerned about deeper issues having to do with Chinese ambitions and actions in the military and national security sphere, as well as their economy. So things like continued expansion of credit to state-owned enterprises, expansion of true market access on the ground in China, removal of hidden export, barriers to US exports. So I think we will see this charm offensive, whether it goes deeper than that and whether the US will be reassured so that we'll see some kind of fundamental ability within the US to reach out to China, I think remains to be seen. On the European side, we're awaiting the German China strategy. We certainly expect it to be, in some sense, more moderate than the U.S., if only because of Germany's longstanding economic relationship with China. But the Europeans have definitely changed their view toward China over time. So I think we'll look forward to that and see, what are the nuanced ways in which the German government's attitudes toward China have changed. So I think a lot remains to be revealed, as the Ouija board would say, in 2023.
Please, you have.
I would just agree with, the last part of what Mary, I agree with all of it, but the last part I was going to emphasize, which is that, yes, the EU and I think Japan want to, like the Biden administration says it wants to, figure out how to continue to engage with China even while it is doing some things to mitigate risk vis-a-vis China and increasing a number of things there. And maybe EU and Japan are more inclined to find ways to engage. But I was going to make the point that I think both in Japan and in EU, there's been a real shift of view on China over the last 5 years or so. And I think for their own reasons, those economic areas are debating and questioning what that right balance should be. Nobody wants to walk away from China, but everybody has some neuralgia or concern about China that has grown, and so I think they're all struggling with that same balance, as Mary said, even in Germany.
All right. Thank you so much. We have the 4 minutes past the timeline. So I would like to adjourn this meeting. But thank you so much, the distinguished 3 panelists, for excellent performance and responding to the questions. So please join me in applauding to the 3 distinguished experts in their good performance. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And online audience, we'll be back in, let's make it 7 minutes. We'll buy 2 minutes of the next panel. I'm sorry for you guys. We'll let you go over 2 minutes as well. So we'll be back at sort of 22 minutes after the hour for the online audience. And the audience in the room, there's still, I think, coffee and snacks up there on the Samnun Terrace. So see you soon. Thanks.
Benefits.
The panel that will look at energy and climate policy, climate change policy effects from the Ukraine crisis, or in other words, how the Russian war-induced energy crisis is affecting various energy sectors, but then also climate change issues. Today, I am joined by 3 fantastic experts. To my immediate left is Ben Cahill. He's a colleague of mine from the CSIS Energy Program. His focus includes oil, gas, but then some of the geopolitics of energy as well. And to his left, in person, is Naoko Doi. Dr. Doi focuses on climate, but then also energy efficiency issues. She is with the Institute of Energy Economics Japan. Welcome to Washington. And then Jennifer, Dr. Jennifer Gordon is joining us from Middle East. She leads especially the nuclear energy work over at the Atlantic Council. And so she obviously is an expert on nuclear energy issues, among other issues, but then also has been looking at some of the U.S. Japan nuclear issues as well. So what I am going to do is invite Ben, Jennifer, and then Naoko to each speak for 7 to 8 minutes on how the Ukraine crisis is affecting the energy sectors of their expertise. So without further ado, Ben, thank you.
All right, thanks, Jane. Well, thank you to the Japan Economic Foundation and all my colleagues at CSIS for organizing the event. It's great to see everyone. It's been a hell of a year for energy security and climate issues, so it's really hard to encapsulate anything in 7 to 8 minutes. There's a lot to say. There's just been an incredible stress on the global energy system, but actually a surprising amount of resilience as well, so I think I'll talk about both. The obvious theme, I think, is that energy security has come back in a big way. It was a topic that I think a lot of countries and policymakers neglected for many years, and the last year has showed us that it is really critical to think long-term and to plan for the worst-case scenarios when it comes to energy security, because unexpected events happen all the time. And in fact, the long-term transition away from fossil fuels just makes it more important to game out different scenarios and not to assume the most rapid, most smooth transition to renewable energy and a more sustainable future, but to think about the worst-case outcomes and what could happen that would cause more stress in the system. If I can jump ahead to my final conclusion, I think the silver lining of this energy issue that we've seen in the last year, there's debate about whether or not it's a crisis. It's certainly an energy crisis in Europe, maybe not for the rest of the world, but clearly a lot of stress. The silver lining to all this is that it's really forced policymakers, companies, NGOs, and many others to have difficult conversations and to grapple with these issues and to deal with the complexity of trying to change the global energy system. So that is a good thing. I mentioned the renewed focus on energy security. I think a critical thing to note here is that it's not just about price. In the US, when we use the term energy security, we tend to think a lot about prices, and that often means gasoline prices for consumers here. That tends to be what makes policymakers really worried. But it's not just about price. In the energy industry, you often hear the term the energy trilemma, and that's that energy has to be available, affordable, and sustainable. And achieving all 3 of those things is always hard, but it's going to get harder. And I think what we've had to grapple with in the last year is what is the role played by the final leg in that stool, the sustainability issue? Because clearly around the world we've seen that with this extreme rise in energy costs, some of the concerns about sustainability have been pushed out. It becomes a lower priority for a lot of countries when the pressure rises, and that's a concern. I think we've also learned in the last year that the sky is not falling. Markets adjust remarkably quickly, and policymakers have adjusted fast too. Just take Europe as an example. Before the Russia-Ukraine war, Europe depended on Russia for about 45% of its natural gas imports and 30 to 35% of its crude oil, and a huge volume of products, and of course all the metals and agricultural exports that Russia sends to the continent as well. It is really hard to replace an oil supplier on the scale of Russia. And yet it's pretty remarkable what's happened in the last year. Germany essentially imports no gas from Russia at this point. There's a trickle of natural gas exports that are still flowing through Ukraine, surprisingly, as well as the Turk Stream pipeline. But by and large, it's stopped. And yet, at least as of last week, gas inventories in Europe were about 84% full. And natural gas prices were about $22 per MMBTU, which is quite high by historical standards, but it's a third of what they were several months ago. From the July to December period, things really got out of hand and have cooled off considerably. We've also seen new tools in the arsenal from consuming countries, and here I would include the United States as well as Europe. So in the US, for example, we had the largest ever releases from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. Biden announced in March that the US would release 180 million barrels from the SPR. That had never been done before. There's a lot of skepticism about this, whether or not it was wise to run down the SPR, if it would work, if it would drive prices down. I think it's been quite successful. And I also think that it doesn't really threaten energy security because the United States is now a net exporter of petroleum, and we have more latitude to do things like that we wouldn't have in the past. We've also seen more coordination among consuming states to deal with the energy strains. I mentioned the SPR releases from the United States. The US also brought together a very broad coalition of countries, including Japan, some of the G7 countries and others, to have a coordinated release of strategic stocks through the International Energy Agency back in the spring. And again, I think that was pretty successful in cooling prices and helping improve energy security. Most recently, we've seen the price cap, or the price cap on crude oil exports from Russia. We're also going to have price caps, multiple price caps on petroleum products from Russia. That has to be done before the 5th of February. So far, it's only been a month, but I think you have to conclude that the sanctions on Russia and the price cap have been rolled out pretty smoothly. The market is still fairly soft. Oil prices are not as high as we thought they would be, and we still see really deep differentials for Russian oil exports, Russian crude. So these are new tools. They've never been done before, but it's a creative solution for policymakers working together, and I see that as a positive thing. Still, we definitely cannot be too confident. Oil prices are relatively low right now. I mentioned natural gas prices are pretty low, but this is kind of due to a happy set of coincidences, and we can't count on them to continue. So China's economic recovery has been quite slow. The end of zero COVID policies and the big economic rebound that many people anticipated, it hasn't happened yet. Not clear if it's going to happen in the coming 6 months. That has been a big contributor to allowing a lot of natural gas to flow from Asia into Europe and keeping prices lower. We don't know if that will continue. We've had a weak economic outlook around the world as a result of the Russia-Ukraine war. In a way, the economic picture is saving us from higher prices, and that could change this year. And we've had very warm weather in Europe so far. That's the reason why natural gas inventories are so high. There's no reason to expect that all these conditions will continue into next winter. So we can't get too confident and think that we have achieved our work and we can ride off into the sunset. In fact, I think next winter is going to be much harder. A couple quick points about Japan, and then I'll wrap it up. In Japan, I think there is this almost palpable sense of deep concern about energy security. Japan feels extremely vulnerable in this situation with this huge volatility in natural gas prices that we've seen, and the fact that it has to compete with Europe and every other buyer in the market. And everyone is scrambling after scarce natural gas and oil supplies. So that's leading to a desire to lock up long-term contracts. I think it's leading to a renewed commitment on the part of Japanese companies to go out and invest in natural gas projects. There's been some hesitance about that. And of course, in nuclear energy, I think there's a growing acceptance of the need to turn some of the fleet back on. And I think my colleagues on the panel will discuss that. So I'll wrap it up here and look forward to the Q&A.
Great, fantastic. Thank you so much, Ben. Now let me turn to Jennifer. If you could please share your insights and sort of observations on how the Ukraine crisis is affecting nuclear. That would be fantastic. The floor is yours.
Yes, absolutely. But first, Jane, I would like to thank you and to thank CSIS for such an incredibly kind invitation. It's wonderful to be here. I'm honored to share the stage with the experts on this panel, and Jane, with you, you are truly the expert in nuclear energy policy. So thank you. I will give just a few words and say a few brief things about the crisis in Ukraine and kind of how we think back over the previous year. So, when I think back to this time last year, I think that many of us possibly were coming off of the high of COP26, which really, I think, carried into the start of last year. And it seemed as though the whole world was truly focused on decarbonization, looking to the next series of COP meetings. And I think looking very seriously at this notion of how do we remake the energy system, especially as we also at the same time looked to exit the pandemic. So, of course, I think, as we know, Russia's invasion of Ukraine last February changed this conversation dramatically on a geopolitical level, and also, of course, in terms of energy security and catapulting energy security back to the forefront of the discussion. So that, of course, brings me to nuclear, because to me, nuclear answers the question of whether we have to choose between decarbonization versus energy security. And again, nuclear to me says that this is actually a false choice, and thankfully we can have both. So with that, I'd like to say a few more words about nuclear in Central and Eastern Europe, especially because, I think that nuclear energy is one way in which we feel the long shadow of the USSR, which, after the breakup of the USSR in 1991, left Soviet-constructed nuclear power plants in a number of different countries that had many of which had previously been Soviet socialist republics or Warsaw Pact countries, leaving any number of Soviet-era reactors with some 30-odd years of their lifespans remaining. So given that region's familiarity and expertise with nuclear energy, I don't think it's a coincidence when we look at the most promising emerging markets that Central and Eastern European countries are really at the forefront. And at the same time, I also don't think it's a coincidence that, as we see these plants reach the end of their lifespans, and many of these countries looking beyond Russia to other suppliers and, usually, generally the US and our allies as suppliers, that perhaps we're seeing Russia fearing that its energy influence in Europe is waning. And then, of course, Russia is acting accordingly. So what has the nuclear policy landscape looked like since February? I think that the conversation on nuclear has also changed. And I think the US government has looked to create more effective financing and streamlined mechanisms for civil nuclear exports in an effort to counter Russia's geopolitical aspirations. Countries in the Central and Eastern European region, I think, represent opportunities, and relatively new opportunities in most cases, for the US nuclear energy industry. And at the same time, other countries in the region that may not have existing programs are also keenly interested in purchasing all types, the advanced reactor, the next generation, and also light water reactors, the traditional nuclear reactors, from the United States and from our allies as well. So in addition, I just wanted to say, I think one of the tensions that we're seeing in Europe is between Central and Eastern European countries on the one hand that recognize the decarbonization and energy security value of nuclear energy. And on the other hand, of course, between countries like Germany that are planning to decommission their nuclear reactors, even in the face of what I think is really geopolitical reality that's been brought home all the more so in this past year. But I think one of the key questions here that I think we're going to get into over the course of this panel is how the United States and our civil nuclear allies can cooperate, how we can become greater than the sum of our parts, and how we can serve at least as a counterweight, but hopefully outmatch Russia's state-owned civil nuclear enterprises in the global market. So I'm really looking forward to this conversation about U.S. Japan energy cooperation and U.S. Japan civil nuclear cooperation. And with that, I'm delighted to turn the conversation back to Jane. Thank you.
So much, Jennifer. That was a great way to also highlight some of the evolving geopolitics of nuclear and focus on Eastern European energy security, how they're approaching the balance between decarbonization and energy security is an important one that you brought up. Thank you so much. Last but not least, Naoko, the floor is yours. And she has some really very helpful, excellent graphs that she will share with us. Oh, here we go. Yes. Yep.
Is the microphone working? It's Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. It's my great pleasure to make a presentation because of you at this occasion. Thank you very much. So my presentation is on the energy crisis and its impact on the path for carbon neutrality. So for the purpose of the discussion, I made a very simplified comparison of the paths for green transformation in the United States, Japan, and the EU. Okay, it's not EU. So is it, I don't think it's working now it's working. Is it working?
Yes.
Okay, now it's working. Thank you very much. So for the purpose of the discussion, I made this comparison of the table, comparing the path for green transformation in the United States, Japan, and the EU. For EU, comprehensive package of Fit for 55 was announced last year, a year before last. But faced with this crisis, they announced the plan called Repower EU, so which is in fact reduce the Russian gas dependence as fast as possible. At the same time, they try to maintain the path for climate neutrality by 2050 and accelerate the efforts for GHG emissions reduction. In Japan, I will give more detailed explanation later. The important point is that great public investment will start soon to invite private sector investment for the purpose of the green transformation. And the USA, of course, Inflation Reduction Act, which provide great subsidies. No, it's not really subsidy, the tax incentive, and then rebate for the renewable energy EV, and then industry decarbonization and then building energy efficiency. So, I mean, common trend is that government role is very important to provide kind of assurance for the private sector to make investment. So, if I may just go to the next slide. I mean, this is a complicated slide at the first glance. But this one, in fact, compares global government spending on clean energy transition. For instance, on top part on the left-hand side is the United States government spending on clean energy transition. And the middle one on the top is perhaps this is Germany, and then France, and then Japan. This is a complicated figure to understand what is shown, but I would like to highlight two common trends. One, each country has the greatest spending on the energy affordability. I mean, they try to mitigate the shock of energy price rises, which is shown on the gray part. But this one is not very much noticeable in the case of United States. But the second, perhaps, issue that we can highlight here is the contribution from the government on the clean energy transition. Largest one is presented by the United States. Of course, this is because of the Inflation Reduction Act committed by 2030. So this comparison offers, again, the role of the government and its importance. And what support can government offer, and then to what extent and how government supports the clean energy transition has sort of become a watershed for attracting private sector investment. Okay, so this one, let me just give explanation on the roadmap for Japan's green transformation. Again, I'm sorry, this is a complicated figure, but perhaps the key points here would be summarized into three. One, for the purpose of the green transformation, Japan tries to have a comprehensive approach. One is the provision of the economic incentives, and the second is the strengthening of the regulation. Third one is the mobilization of the carbon pricing, particularly in the form of the emissions trading, and then also surcharge for the fossil fuel importers. So, in fact, Japan tries to mobilize the 150 trillion Japanese yen for the coming 10 years to mobilize private and then public funding for the purpose of the green transformation. Okay, so coming back to the global government energy spending, please take a look at the left-hand side figure, which makes a comparison of the spending made by or committed by, one is the emerging economy, and then the bottom one is the developed countries. I mean, of course, the size of investment for the clean energy transition committed by the emerging countries is very small compared with that of the developed countries. So this offers kind of concerns. The reason is, of course, on your right-hand side, this is a projection made by our institute, the energy outlook by 2050. I mean, the major contributor to the CO2 emissions reduction, of course, would come from emerging countries. The largest one, represented by pink color in this figure, is coming from Asia. So how to offer support for emerging countries for the purpose of the green transition is critically important. However, money is not committed, as the comparison on the left-hand side the figure shows. So this one offers some kind of concern. Let me show you this international cooperation competition. In fact, as I highlighted in the initial comparison of the approach taken by USA, Japan, and then EU, I mean, the role of government is important, but that approach somewhat carries the element of environmental protectionism. But we really have to have a concerted approach to involve particularly developing countries. So, for example, on the top part, Climate Club G7. In fact, this was proposed by government of Germany last year and agreed by G7 countries to share kind of best practices about the decarbonization of the industry sector. And then this Climate Club G7 opened doors for the involvement of the emerging countries, especially G20. So that way, sharing know-how and the best practices, and if possible, the technology transfer needs to be made to bottom up the actions approach towards the decarbonization. And on the bottom one shows the cooperation framework proposed by Japan and in cooperation with the Southeast Asian countries, which is called Asia Zero Emission Community, AZEC. I mean, with the use of the Japanese technology, particularly with the focus on the hydrogen and ammonia, I mean, fossil fuel decarbonization is critically important, particularly in view of the fossil fuel base in Southeast Asian countries. So using this technology as well as the funding and then perhaps a rule making in trying to introduce these technologies, I mean, Japan tries to, again, offer support for the Southeast Asian countries. Final one, this is the, I just wanted to highlight the importance of energy efficiency. At the facing this energy crisis, I mean, energy efficiency approach has been strengthened across the world because this is offers a quick option, which is also cost-effective options. So, I mean, regardless of the level of development, I mean, whether it's developed countries or emerging countries, energy efficiency improvement has been strengthened as a measure for the energy security enhancement, as well as the measures towards the long-term goal for climate carbon neutrality. Okay, this is all for my presentation. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you very much, Naoko. That was a fantastic round of initial remarks. I do have several questions before we open up the floor for audience questions and answers. Let me start with you, Ben, if I may. So you talked about how the energy crisis, I guess in light of it, or following that, the United States has made this unprecedented level of SPR release commitment, et cetera. But if you could also share with us, how the crisis has also affected probably priorities, not just like specific programs, but both the U.S. policy priorities, but then also U.S. energy industry priorities?
Yeah, sure. I tend to look a little bit more at the oil and gas industry, so I can talk a little bit more about that and then maybe some points on climate. I think in general, obviously one of the solutions for Europe in the short term has been U.S. natural gas exports, and it's really showed the critical nature of U.S. LNG exports because it's flexible supply. These are supplies that can be diverted from one destination to another due to the nature of the contracts, and it's growing fast at a time when Europe and the rest of the world needed it. So in the first half of last year, more than 2/3 of U.S. LNG exports went to Europe. And that is completely different than the pattern in the last couple of years, where much of it has gone to Latin America or to Asia, some to Europe, but not all that big. So that's been a boon to Europe, and just adding that liquidity to the global market has really helped quite a bit. In terms of priorities, I think the immediate knee-jerk reaction to the Russia-Ukraine situation, it was a case of people kind of retreating to their corners, which is sadly a phenomenon that we've seen a lot in Washington with energy and climate policy, where some people are saying, look, fossil fuels are the answer. Look at the role of U.S. natural gas. We just need to produce more, and we need to produce more oil and displace Russian oil exports to Europe, and that's the solution. Whereas the more climate-oriented people were saying, look, this shows the need to get off fossil fuels, and we need to help Europe in its quest to reduce its dependence on fossil fuels in general and imported fossil fuels from Russia in particular. And from that perspective, passing the IRA and the CHIPS and Science Act, and going back to 2020, the IIJA, or the Infrastructure and Investment and Jobs Act, I always forget that acronym, that was the largest ever federal investment in climate. You have to kind of think of all of those as a package, and all of them are critically important to laying the groundwork today for that longer term energy transition to meet climate goals. I think the message from the last year has been that it's not either or. We have to do both. And we have to avoid this mentality that one of these things is the solution. We need to develop more of a comfort level with building redundancy into our energy systems, as I mentioned earlier. And that means continued investment in fossil fuels. Whether people like that or not, for the next 10 years or so, we're going to need that for this pathway to continue, while at the same time really stepping on the gas and implementing the IRA provisions, providing the guidance that investors need to understand the tax credits for wind and solar and batteries and hydrogen, low carbon energy, and everything else that was in IRA. There's a huge amount of work that needs to be done to implement that. And I think it's really important to follow through with all that simultaneously.
Yeah. No, I can't agree more with you. As far as I guess the balance, this dual challenge of rapidly decarbonizing the society or the economic systems around the world, but then also addressing energy security challenge. Do you see a huge difference in approach among key, I guess, continents, like in this case, the United States, Asia, and Europe? I mean, or is there much more, we're all sort of looking at the same direction but different pace, or is it a bit of a different path developing?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of the themes heading into COP27 in Egypt was that there was this growing divide or tension between developed and developing countries. In particular, the idea that developed countries have a lot of economic resources and a lot of fiscal room to throw at these problems and invest in new infrastructure, new technology, and in the energy transition. And the message was loud and clear at COP27 from developing countries. You're not meeting your financial commitments, the things that Naoko mentioned that are really critical to helping them advance. Where's the money for clean energy deployment and development in developing countries? Where's the money for the loss and damage fund? How can you tell us to stop financing fossil fuel projects when you are burning more coal and reneging on a lot of your commitments to meet your near-term energy security goals? I mean, there were a lot of uncomfortable conversations, I think, that happened at COP27 along these lines. But I think Europe is a good example. When it comes to the question about whether or not high costs derail clean energy priorities, I think the answer is no. If you look at the Repower EU program, there's a big emphasis on conservation, using less energy, using energy more efficiently, and the renewables build out, rapidly deploying wind and solar, increasing connections to the grid, trying to get that stuff on stream as fast as possible, and building new infrastructure around hydrogen and biomethane, as well as seeking alternative gas supplies to kind of reduce the dependence on Russia. So it's a good example of really the continent saying, look, we're not going to stop at these goals. We know we have to deal with the short-term crisis and the need to displace Russian gas. But from our perspective, the need is to push forward with everything else because we can't lose sight of the energy future that we want to move towards.
No, great, thank you, Ben. Let me turn to you, Jennifer. I think nuclear energy has been part of the bilateral cooperation between the United States and Japan for quite a long time. If I remember it correctly from my days at DOE, goes back to, well, the nuclear physics side, like the 1970s or so. But in your view, how do you think this Russian war-induced energy crisis affected perhaps the scope and depth and maybe the variety within this bilateral cooperation in nuclear energy?
Thanks, Jane. That's a great question. I absolutely agree that obviously the United States and Japan have had, I think, the longest standing civil nuclear relationship, but in this past year, I think it's really, only intensified. And I think that, people in both countries have only recognized more so the need for intensified cooperation. And so one example that I like to give is this agreement back in, I think, October last year, between the U.S. and Japan, this partnership with Ghana to support the deployment of SMRs in Ghana. And I just, I think that the way in which we look at third-party countries and countries that could potentially serve as markets, really global markets. So, we're in competition, the United States and our allies, we're in competition with Russia for market share. So when we see that the United States and Japan are putting our heads together and, moving into third countries, I think that that's a great example of us outperforming Russia and, making sure that we're the ones with the market share.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And I think one of the conferences you and I were both at last year also sort of looked at, what this may mean for Russia's ability to actually keep financing, these, export projects. And I think there's still so much that we still need to unpack, but maybe we can come back to that as some, one of the areas that U.S. and Japan can together look at. But let me turn to you, Naoko. And one of the slides, I actually thought, it was, many of them had like a lot of rich information. One of them was about the roadmap, Japan's roadmap. And you did mention how the carbon pricing through the emissions trading system is one of the highlights, one of the 4 highlights, if I'm not mistaken. If you could just tell us a little more about, how, the plans may, what are some of the key components of that specific plan or pillar, and then maybe the implementation benchmarks or the signposts as well? That would be great.
Thank you very much. As I mentioned, the repeatedly mentioned role of government is quite important. The 20 trillion investment will be secured from the issuance of a public bond. But this is kind of an advanced investment to assure the market that the future for the carbon neutrality will take place, green transformation will really take place. So 20 trillion bond issuance will be made. However, how to secure this amount of money? We will utilize emissions trading and surcharge on fossil fuel importers. Emissions trading, this will be made among the energy-intensive industries, including electric utilities. Trial phase is already being implemented, and the real, the emissions trading system will start implementation from 2026. And then also, not only that, the surcharge on fossil fuel importers, additional sort of surcharge will be imposed on the fossil fuel importers. This will have an impact on the final consumers. Because ultimately energy price becomes higher. So in order to mitigate the kind of too much burden on top of the final consumers, this surcharge will gradually increase, not from the start high surcharge, but a slightly gradual increase. So that way, 20 trillion yen would be secured, but advanced investment will be made. At the same time, Japanese government has identified 14 technological areas, including industry, such as iron industry, cement, petrochemical, and then transport, including battery and EVs. And then building, I mean, of course, zero energy building or the insulation, PV, etc. And then also reduced embedded carbon emissions, like concrete, CO2 absorbing concrete, etc. So this kind of technology area is a target. Then private sector investment will be encouraged to form kind of 150 trillion yen of investment for the coming 10 years. So this is the basic framework that the Japanese government tries to implement.
Great, thank you so much. I mean, that's really interesting, and very much look forward to the more coming out of Tokyo. Ben, coming back to you. So you've already mentioned about how the crisis has affected, the role, the way that we perhaps, certainly in Washington, look at the role of natural gas, for example. But around the world, what are some of the effects that this crisis has had on the oil gas industry, like some of the major suppliers of hydrocarbons? So the United States being one of them, but there are quite a few players in the Middle East and etc. Yeah.
Yeah, I think the last year has definitely raised a lot of questions about whether or not we're investing sufficiently in oil and gas production. And that's true right across the world. I think the only countries that you can say are definitely on the path to invest enough are probably in the Gulf. Countries like Saudi Arabia and the UAE, which are really expanding production. But those countries are few and far between. One significant trend in the last year has been, with the shale oil and gas boom in the United States, there's been a huge focus on shifting away from what are called long cycle investments. Think of a deep water oil and gas field where you discover it, you develop it, you don't actually produce from it for 5 to 7 years or even longer in some cases. The investor appetite for that kind of project has really gone away. And I think the question is shale enough to satisfy global demand? Not clear. I think in the United States, this country is still growing into its role as an energy exporter. The US is becoming a critical exporter of natural gas, but also crude oil and petroleum products. And this is something that's really quite new for Washington policymakers to grapple with. The US is now playing a really critical role in the global oil market because it exports so much of this stuff, primarily from the Gulf Coast. But we still have an energy policy mentality which is very much rooted in, I think, a legacy of the 1970s, where the focus was on preventing energy shocks and preventing exposure to external shocks. That's why we built the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's why the International Energy Agency was created. Strategic stocks around the world were built. Now the US has become a net energy exporter. So we have to ask ourselves, what's the role of the SPR in this world? What's the role of US oil and product exports? And how do we insulate ourselves from a price shock or negative economic repercussions here at home now that we're playing this role as an exporter? And I think there's still a lot of debate in Congress and many, many bills being presented on this year. In general, I think a couple things are clear. The whole industry has to drive down emissions. Investors are demanding this. Buyers in Japan and elsewhere are increasingly demanding this. To stay competitive as a US oil and gas producer or a company around the world, you really have to drive down emissions in a big way. I think another critical question here is, what's the future of natural gas? The prices have soared in the last year, and what we've seen is that a lot of developing countries have just been priced out. Countries like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Thailand, they just can't afford it anymore. And so gas was always supposed to play this role as a transition fuel. With high prices like this and all the scrambling for gas supplies, I think that's an open question.
Yes, yeah, and I think we've also seen some domestic instability arising in the developing Asian countries, arising from the inability to access natural gas. So it's as much, I think, security issue or regional stability issue as sort of energy security issue. Let me come back to you, Jennifer. And I think especially during your initial remarks, you highlighted how nuclear may be one of the very few sources that immediately can address both the decarbonization needs of the world, but then also energy security. I think for the nuclear energy to be able to fulfill commitment, I think there could be both, sort of it requires nuclear industry that could actually deliver on services and technologies and et cetera. But what are some of the both, I guess, opportunities and perhaps challenges that you see before us for these, both the American and Japanese nuclear industries, while there is a greater policy and perhaps environmental community interest in nuclear playing a larger role?
Thank you, Jane. I think that's a great question. I think that, first of all, perhaps the most obvious challenge is public opinion, and effectively explaining to the public, to the broader public, that nuclear has both of those benefits. It can provide energy security. It can also decarbonize certainly the power system and maybe beyond. I think I certainly believe beyond. So I think there's a communications challenge there. I think too, regulatory harmonization, I just think that that's absolutely crucial when we look at, whether it's cooperating with our allies or again, competing globally. And then in terms of opportunities, some people think that finance is a challenge, but I like to think of it as an opportunity. Again, co-financing the selling of reactors in third-party countries. So I think again that's an opportunity for us to work together. And then I think again the last opportunity, I would just say, looking at nuclear is something that provides value as a national security asset, again, so that the United States and our allies can help to uphold the highest standards of safety, security, and non-proliferation through civil nuclear exports. And then, of course, as an asset for energy security and for decarbonization.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. So now, both Ben and Jennifer have spoken about the effects of the energy crisis on, the oil, gas, and the nuclear, and we've also, discussed a little bit about the energy efficiency. And I was just curious as to, as you, study, both the Japanese approach and the U.S. and Europe, if you've seen some of the, what are some of the effects that you've seen on the energy efficiency investments, or perhaps, more of innovation or, corporate activities, and then also to some extent, since you're sort of representing Japan on the podium, if you could share with us, what are more of economy-wide effects that the energy security concern has had. I think that when the cost of electricity goes up, it's hard for many manufacturing companies in Japan to be able to keep the business, strong and robust. So if there's some of the more energy economy-wide issues that you've seen. And of course, if you'd like to talk about beyond Japan as well, because I know you cover the entire world, so yeah, that would be great.
Thank you very much. Great question. Yeah, certainly the energy efficiency importance has become much higher than ever before. And I have seen a survey conducted among industry members, 2,500 companies in Germany, for example, and a survey was conducted, and the reaction against these high energy prices for oil, gas, and electricity, and what they aspire to do, what they wish to do. The primary, sort of a preference was a consumer cost transfer to the product. That is the first answer. But the second answer among these industry members was energy efficiency improvement. They make investment on energy efficiency. And the third one is perhaps the alternative energy, use of bioenergy or the renewables, other type of renewables. And the fourth one is the production adjustment. Reduce the production. And then the fifth one is relocation of the plants. So I think for the short-term reaction to the high energy price, this order is quite a reasonable rationale action taken by the industry sector, cost transfer, energy efficiency, and then renewable production adjustment and the relocation of the plant. But if this energy crisis prolongs, whether this activity on energy efficiency alone can be a good solution or not is we need to really think about it. So certainly we have to continue making investment on improving the production efficiency. That's certainly for sure. But our concern is on this final, priority, which is the relocation of the plants. I mean, the German industry members are so concerned about the relocation of those factories to the United States because of the stable supply of natural gas as well as the incentive provided by IRA. So once again, each economy country would have a greater role by the government to provide assurance that their economic activities can continue towards the carbon neutrality. So that's the thing. And then coming back to your question on Japan-wide impact, certainly, I mean, as Ben and Jennifer highlighted very well, the revival of nuclear is one thing. And the Japanese Prime Minister announced that they make a new investment of nuclear. And then also, Japanese government tries to restart additional 7 units of nuclear power plant, altogether 17 units of nuclear power plant by this summer. So that way, balance between electricity demand and supply would be eased, and then also price-wise, it would have some kind of impact to mitigate. So that way, I mean, supply side issue is now trying to be solved, but on demand side, certainly, industry members are trying to, again, continue energy efficiency improvement. The production adjustment is being held. So that is a situation in Japan, if I may. Thank you.
Thank you. So back to you, Ben. So this year, Japan will be chairing G7, and also the United States will be chairing the APEC, Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation. Not that we have to just talk about sort of in the Pacific side, but two of the key I guess global energy governance type platforms will be featuring both Tokyo and Washington's priorities and etc. What would you like to see, like what are some of the energy issues that you'd like to see Washington really, press forward or really prioritize, and especially perhaps with the partnership from countries like Japan, globally, and then perhaps also towards the Indo-Pacific?
Yeah, thanks, Jane. I mean, a couple themes I think could be really important areas of cooperation. One is something we talked about before, support for clean energy in developing countries. I think it's obvious after COP27 there's a lot of work to be done. There's a feeling that international financial institutions, the multilateral development banks, don't know where to put their climate-oriented capital yet, and there isn't enough focus on helping to develop a big enough pool of bankable projects and repurposing those institutions to really step up climate finance for the developing world. So I think that could be a critical theme for the G7. Support for a just transition. There's been a lot of focus on just energy transition partnerships already in the last year and a half in countries like South Africa, in India, others like Vietnam and Indonesia. Really would like to get support from the G7 and the G20 on this. There's a lot of work to be done. And again, this comes back to the role of international institutions in supporting a just transition. I know that the Japanese government is quite keen to focus on this. I see that as really important. I think an effort to reduce greenhouse gas emissions from fossil fuels is really critical. So one of the interesting announcements at COP27 was cooperation between the United States, Japan, Singapore, the EU, and several other countries on trying to drive down emissions from traded fossil fuels, in particular natural gas. And I think that Japan really has an important role to play here. Because it's such a big natural gas buyer, and is home to some of the largest gas buyers in the world. If it creates that signal for less emissions-intensive gas, or quote-unquote cleaner gas, that could really have an important cascade effect on the global gas system. And Japanese companies, I think, are some of the best positioned to do this, and I know it's a core priority for some of them. That's worth developing. And then the last one is just energy efficiency. I mean, Japan has been such a leader globally in energy efficiency for decades. I think there's a lot that it could teach other countries about how to do this in buildings and industry. And one of the forgotten bits maybe of the last year has been the focus on the demand side, how to drive down energy demand and increase energy efficiency. And I think that Japan can really leverage its position in the G7 to try to help.
These are really great points. Maybe we can do a write-up and then share them with the G7, Japanese government office or something. That's fantastic. And keeping this sort of international platform, I guess, sub-theme, Jennifer, if, what are some of the nuclear energy policy, and it doesn't have to be, I'm sorry, I mean, you do, deal with things other than nuclear. So from your perspective, including nuclear, but like what are some of the energy policy priorities that you'd like to see Washington and Japan, focus on and, engaging the global community and international, other economies?
Sure. Well, I'm going to give you a very nuclear specific answer. I think when we look at how we fight against climate change, the two most important things in my mind are, one, making sure that we keep our existing reactors online. So Naoko mentioned Prime Minister Kishida and looking to restart, I think you said 17 of Japan's currently closed reactors. I think this is absolutely crucial. The United States, in our legislation, we have created the Civil Nuclear Credit Program to also allow our existing reactors to continue on, to the fullest extent of their lifespan. So, I think this is crucial. The reactors that we have, I think, are the greatest tool that we have at this moment to fight against climate change. And then, secondly, I think we need to build more reactors worldwide. And I think, in many cases, the answer to that question will be the next generation of advanced reactors. So, I should have mentioned also before, in talking about, co-financing in third-party countries, we can also even talk about co-investments between the U.S. and Japan in each other's R&D programs and each other's companies, and just making sure that we, realize our full potential together.
That's a very important point, and I'm glad that you brought it up. Yeah, thank you. Now, you, and sort of going back to, again, very information-rich slides that you presented, I guess one of the last ones focused on sort of cooperation versus competition, and you did highlight some of the different international platforms where you're seeing this balance being kind of played out. But what are some of the concerns that Japan has about this, where this balance may lead to, if you will? And I think in our sort of a casual chat beforehand, especially in light of Japan announcing carbon pricing, I mean, there's CBAM is a pretty big factor. I think even within the United States, a lot of industries, energy, dependent industries and policymakers are trying to figure out how best to sort of position ourselves, in the absence of national sort of carbon pricing in the United States. But what are some of the concerns you see, and then perhaps even like some of the opportunities you might see as this competition versus cooperation dialogue proceeds?
Thank you very much for the question. Concerns, if I may just highlight the kind of environmental protectionism kind of action taken by, for instance, in the case of Europe, CBAM is certainly a concern. But CBAM will be charged on the steel, for instance, chemical and other energy-intensive product. In the case of Japan, domestic implementation of the regulation in relation to CO2 emissions would probably avoid a certain impact on the CBAM. For instance, I understood, Japan implements a very stringent law on energy efficiency, and then so the carbon sort of emissions from iron and steel would be one of the lowest. So impact to the iron and steel would be probably low. However, if CBAM, the scope would expand to the other products such as automobile or other appliances. I mean, in fact, the manufacturers are so concerned about this impact. So this we have to see. And then also, as well, I mean, similar to the reaction from European countries, as well as Korea, this IRA would have impact on the Japanese manufacturers. So the Keidanren members, Federation of Economic Business Federation, is calling for some kind of moderation, or we need to have a discussion. So some concerns are expressed on CBAM and IRA, certainly. But at the same time, we are very much at the interesting time where this protectionism is observed environmentally. But at the same time, we see kind of sign of strengthening international cooperation, such as a climate club, proposed by Germany in the fora of G7, which would provide open the door for the G20 countries as well to share the best practices. And then also Japan's this ASEC, as I mentioned in the presentation, Asian Zero Emission Community. And the carbon neutrality for the Southeast Asian countries would not be very easy because they are fossil fuel basis economy. So we really have to see kind of a transition period to be taken care very carefully. For instance, biomass blending, coal-fired generation, ammonia co-firing, etc. So transition needs to be very well taken care. So I do have a kind of a hope that this kind of regional cooperation represented by ASEC could provide some kind of solution for the emerging countries' effort towards the carbon neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I think quickly, if I may, I'd like to, share, I mean, I thought the way you brought up the cooperation versus competition was extremely helpful. I think, within Washington, we are hearing from a lot of partner countries and companies about, the concern about this consumer tax incentive, especially, EV, but not just EV, but and in many ways, I think, the law it's already law. So, but, the administration seems to be working really hard to try to address the essence of some of these questions. And I think many of us recognize that this is creating trade tension. And I think the big homework before us and for those of us in the think tank is how to really perhaps suggest or propose ways in which that the benefits, the opportunities from this massive, massive investment that's really hard to be matched by any single country, unless you're probably China, maybe. But it could be really shared, and also and also I think we sort of went in starting to use these terms like nearshoring is nearshoring, like it's more but geographic stuff, but like friendshoring, but. What do we mean by that when there are some of the friends that are really concerned about what's happening? So I think there's quite a bit of a important and also really intellectually stimulating work ahead of us. But no, thank you for your comment. Now I think we have about 10 minutes left. So please, I think we probably have a microphone ready to. There's the microphone set up. So please come up and ask your question. Please state your name, who you're with, and the question in the form of question. Or if you have comments or suggestions, those are welcome as well. So the floor is open.
Thank you for your presentations. I'm Erin Murphy from CSIS. You may remember me from previous moderating duties from the first panel. I have a question about the viability of certain technology, both for developing countries and developed countries. One is nuclear. And I'm thinking of countries that are in a major energy transition, or at least trying to find baseload capacity. So I'm an Indo-Pacific person, so I think of Indonesia, Vietnam, and countries in energy security crisis like the Philippines. Is something like nuclear viable for them as they explore whether it's SMR technology or more traditional plants? Are there security concerns as well, as we're thinking of trying to get other larger countries that are developing to find cleaner baseload energy capacity? And then the second one is on hydrogen technology, green, blue, gray. Is this more of a concept, research and development, or is this something that could be viable in the short term? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Erin. Jennifer, would you like to take the nuclear one? Yep. Great.
Sure, absolutely. So, I think the thing about nuclear now is that it's certainly not one size fits all. And so in countries that are maybe smaller, where, perhaps a large light water reactor, or even perhaps, an SMR might overwhelm the grid, I think, now we're looking into, to developing and deploying micro nuclear reactors or nuclear batteries even, that actually I think would be appropriate, in pretty much any market. The other thing too, I think that we shouldn't forget is the possibility of, power purchase agreements. So where you might have one country in a region that actually, goes through the full process of, building a nuclear reactor and, dealing with all the issues, that come with that, dealing with the regulatory aspects, with the waste, but then could sell the power, across its borders. And so other countries in that region might stand to benefit, even if they themselves are not the ones building the reactors.
Fantastic. Thank you, Jennifer. Naoko, would you like to take the hydrogen question?
Thank you very much. As I mentioned during the panel discussion, how to decarbonize the fossil fuel is quite important. For this, for example, Japanese manufacturing companies, as well as the incorporation with Indonesia, for example, to produce ammonia, through hydrogen, and then blend this to the coal-fired generation. So I think blue hydrogen or gray hydrogen would be an option, certainly based on the available resources. But green hydrogen certainly would be an option. However, they should support first the electrification of the demand. For the use of the, in the case of Southeast Asian countries, demand for cooling and the demand for other electrification for the purpose of the hot water, etc. And then also EV would kick in into the future. So the renewables, particularly PV and the wind, needs to be allocated first to meet the demand growth from the electrification. So green hydrogen perhaps would be an important option, however, it would come later. Thank you.
If I may just quickly add some of the signposts we might keep in mind. I think the hydrogen, different color issues. I think colors, by the way, some countries or regions use colors a little differently, just to be aware. But I think when it comes to natural gas or hydrocarbon-based hydrogen development, I think it's always important to keep in mind the pace of technology development from the carbon capture side, because without the carbon capture, I think the hydrogen could have a huge pushback from local communities. So, whether in the U.S. or some of the, hydrocarbon-rich countries that are interested in becoming hydrogen exporters, it's always important to keep in mind not just the resource base, the natural gas, or it could be even coal, but how much investment they're making on the carbon capture side. On the renewable-based side, I think the cost of electrolyzers is an important one to keep an eye on. The United States government, through DOE, has this massive commitment to reduce the cost from about $5 per kilogram of hydrogen to about $1 within a decade. And I think many other major economies are also striving towards that. I think that's actually another area where there could be good collaboration. But let me end there. And then I think maybe we have time for one more quick question. Otherwise, I think maybe everyone is ready to break for lunch. Yes, please.
Thank you very much for the informative briefing. I'm Bonji Ohara from the Sasakawa Peace Foundation. I wanted to ask you how to integrate the effort to deal with the climate change problem, because I also expect the nuclear-powered airplanes, nuclear-powered cars in the future, because countries are developing the micro nuclear reactors and a module. Also has been used in the outer space, and tugboat in the outer space. But on the other hand, Japan has the allergy of the nuclear. So how to integrate those kind of effort? And also China, producing the solar panels, but based on the technologies from the U.S. private sectors, and getting the information by the cyber espionage, they said. Can we accept those kind of the solar panel for using to deal with the climate change? So I think there are many problems when it comes to integrate our effort. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Jennifer, would you like to take the nuclear dimension of the question?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely. Thanks. So, usually I consider myself to be pretty bullish on nuclear, but I think, when we start talking about nuclear-powered planes and cars, you might be more bullish than I am. I think, though, in terms of talking about integration of nuclear into the energy systems, and actually to follow on the point about nuclear cars, which I don't know that we'll ever see cars themselves that are nuclear powered, but I do think that when you start to talk about electrifying everything, whether it's EVs, whether it's, electrifying our homes, the first question you have to ask is, okay, well, where's that electricity coming from? And if it's coming from, for example, a coal burning plant, you might not be any better off, than you were before with an internal combustion engine in the car. So, I do think that we should talk about the role of nuclear in the power sector. Especially if we're going to be really, ramping up the extent to which we rely on the power sector for all of this electrification.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. And then maybe quickly to the latter half of your question. I think the reliance on a single source, single country that has very different norms and standards and also trade practices is an issue. And I think for that reason, I think the U.S. government has been, in successive recent administrations, been focused on clean energy supply chains. Obviously, under IRA, things are worded that in a way that's really creating a bit of a stomachache among friends and allies. But I think we really want to get more investments coming into our clean energy supply chains, including solar. And I think today, yesterday, I think the Hanwha of Korea has made huge investment commitment, $2.5 billion, if I'm not mistaken, in the solar manufacturing capacity in the state of Georgia in the United States. So, it's part of the U.S. effort to diversify, not just reduce dependence on such, those type of countries, not just China, but like hypothetically any countries, could be Russia, but also to diversify the global supply chains and make them much more resilient, because the supply chain disruptions could arise from not just the geopolitical incidents. It could be from weather, it could be from things like epidemic or pandemic. But thank you very much. And I think I'm getting a little cue that I think it's time to wrap up this fantastic panel before I turn the microphone back to my colleague, Matt Goodman. But please first join me in thanking my three excellent panelists here. Thank you. Thanks, Jennifer. And Matt, the mic is yours.
Okay, thank you very much, Jane, and a terrific discussion, and really a great way to end a full half day here of a very timely set of conversations. I wish we had more time, and I realize to my own chagrin that I spent too much time talking and not enough letting you talk as well. But there was so much more that we could have discussed in all three panels. But really, I learned a lot, and including hearing myself speak. So I think it's very valuable to do do this kind of thing and get really smart people together and talk about timely issues like the disruption to the global order, and as Dr. Hamre said, we've got a lot of things converging, I think, this week that make this a particularly interesting and timely set of topics. So I want to thank all of our speakers for their participation, especially our speakers who came all the way from Japan. Thank you all day. I want to thank, obviously, the Japan Economic Foundation and Toyoda-san and your colleagues, Ishii-san and others. Thank you so much for your support. We love doing this with you, and look forward to the next one. I do want to ask the audience who's in the room. You did receive a questionnaire, I think, when you arrived, and if you could fill that out and leave it in the middle of the table that you're sitting at, we would appreciate that. That's very helpful to all of us to make these events more useful for you. And I think with that, I will just invite Chairman Toyoda to come back up, and he may have some final closing thoughts. So please, Mr. Toyoda, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, everyone. I just wanted to echo the appreciation first to the panelists and moderator, and secondly, the secretariat who made a wonderful preparation, and thirdly, the audience. Thank you very much for coming. I think we dealt with three challenges: geopolitical risk, and rule-oriented economic system, and thirdly, energy and environment. Many questions were there, and most questions were answered, but still there are some important issues. For instance, how we could make sort of sanctions against Russia. Hopefully, we could avoid sanctions against China. How we could do that? That's one question. And secondly, rule-oriented economic system. Yes, there are many answers. CPTPP, WTO, IPEF, and G7 club. How we could really implement. Still, we have to think about it. And thirdly, energy environment. Yes, we are working together, we cooperate with each other, but two important questions: how we could help developing economies, and how we could avoid environmental protectionism. And so a lot of answers were given, but a lot of homework for us to do. So I think such an important forum could be continued, and we would like to continue our discussion. Thank you very much. Thank you.